bottom last night, leading to a shutout win in the opener against Miami. Jordan Zimmermann gets the call in Game 2. A team he dominated in 2013. The Nats and Marlins coming right at you now on Masson. In D.C., blossoms in baseball. It'll be beautiful. Marlins Nats, second game of a 3-game series. Cool night at the ballpark. Gio got things put together last night. The Nats are looking for one Zimmerman on the mound and one at third base to do their thing tonight. Bob and FP, welcome to the ballpark. Jordan takes on the Fish, dominated them last year. Ryan back in the lineup. We'll see some different kind of throwing, hopefully right on target from third base. And so the Nats take on the Marlins, and some guys in the middle of the lineup, Anthony Rendon, Adam LaRoche, they've just been unstoppable.
Yeah, and with Bryce Harper struggling out of the gate, I mean, Matt Williams has the luxury of a couple of guys getting the job done, and it all started on opening day. Adam LaRoche with the home run, the upper tank at Citi Field, and Anthony Rendon said, you know what, I'm going to get hot with you. I'm going to go deep with this sealer in the 10th inning to put the Nats up by 4, and then they've just kept doing it. Last night, Adam LaRoche the hero, Anthony Rendon the hero, then back to LaRoche. So big nights from those two guys, and Anthony Rendon is rewarded by hitting second tonight. And you look, combined for 61% of the RBIs, 32% of the hits, and by my math, that they just 93% of stuff they've gotten done.
Well, in baseball, two guys can carry you for a while, and maybe next week it'll be two others. Not to be forgotten in all this, the great start that Jason Worth is off to as well. Jordan Zimmermann really didn't beat the Marlins much first couple years of his career. He totally turned things around against them last season.
Yeah, he's dominated, and coming off that start where he was sick on the mound. I talked to him his last start. He said he had trouble holding it together on the mound, but he struck out 9 Braves and got the job done. So just gave up 1 run last time. He's looking to feast against the Fish here tonight.
So on April 14th, or rather April 4th of last year, the first of his 19 W's. And then just a couple of weeks later, he got that first career complete game. He would have 4 of them throughout the year. A 2-hit shutout late September. So he went 3-0 with a 1.59 ERA and went the distance twice against the Fish. On Masson. Brought to you by Navy Federal Credit Union. 4 million members, 4 million stories. Navy Federal Credit Union. By AT&T, rethink possible. And by visitannapolis.org. Find it here. Not a pleasant night when it's cool to face some of these fireballing Nats pitchers. Gio last night, Strasburg tomorrow, and Jordan Zimmermann gets the call tonight. Visit trainsearch.com. Find your local Train Comfort Specialist dealer. It's hard to stop a train, really hard. So there's some pretty gusty winds coming down from the north. Right down Capitol, right down Half Street, in from left field, and 36% humidity. It is cool tonight. Giancarlo Stanton is at 19 home runs career against the Nats since 2010. Easily the most by any player in that span against our pitching. He's done some of that damage here. Look at that, 13 home runs of those 19 here. Matchup of the night, he's 3 for 17 career against the arsenal of Jordan Zimmermann.
Yeah, the breaking ball, including the slider and the curveball. The fastball averaged 93 miles an hour his first start, and he only threw the changeup 1% of the time at 86.
27-year-old right-hander with a career record of 43 and 35. This will be his 115th start tonight.
Yeah, coming off that 81 pitch effort in the home opener against the Braves, and talking to him after that start, he had the stomach flu. He was scratched from his start in New York, bumped to the start against the Braves, and he was telling me his stomach was so upset on the opener that he was hoping that he didn't lose it on the mound. So I was thinking about, what do I do? Do I go behind the rubber? Do I go by the rosin bag? Just in my glove? But that's how tough that guy was, and that's how he was feeling his first start.
First pitch at 7:06, a strike, and this one upstairs. For the first time in this series, we see the left fielder, left-handed hitting Christian Yelich. Their lefties were on the bench against Gio last night. That's right in there. Yelich, 22 years of age. Thousand Oaks, California, Westlake High School out there, 288 for the Marlins. Jeff Kellogg's the crew chief at third base. Dan Bellino, 5th year at home. DJ Rayburn, Tony Basner, first and second. Check swing. It was, says the crew chief. Yelich, a 2-time Marlins Organization Player of the Year, 2011 and 12.
Good runner. Got to get rid of it on the infield.
He's going to cork that one to left. Well hit. And Bryce has to get over quickly to his left to cut it off. Marlins had 4 hits all night last night, and they're off to a start here.
This is the defense for the Nats behind Jordan Zimmermann. Harper Spanworth, your outfield. Desmond Zimmerman left side. Rendon LaRoche right side. And Jose Lobaton behind the plate. And we're going to keep an eye on Ryan Zimmerman tonight for obvious reasons. But yesterday out early, today out early again. And the way he fields ground balls on the slow rollers and throws apparently is the way he's going to try to throw all night long, because when he's down low like that, the sidearm underneath release point, it doesn't hurt his arm. The one question I would have, and I'm interested to see, is how do you get to that point? Because you're used to doing it on the run. How do you do it on a set play? And I guess we'll all watch it together and hope for the best.
That's a bat the Nats want and need in this lineup. And Derek Dietrich also starting tonight after sitting down last evening. Takes 2-0. He's 3 for 7 with an RBI in 3 games so far. Another young Marlin, 24 years of age, out of Georgia Tech. 57 games last year for the Fish. He hit .214. Zimmerman gets the high strike call, 2-1.
Yeah, fastball's crackling right now, mid-90s. This one 92. Didn't get the, or got that call. Didn't get the one before.
Yeah, Lobaton kind of flapped his mitt down to frame it for Dan Bellino. 2 balls, 1 strike. Runner on the move. Off-speed pitch. Lobaton, no chance. Yelich 2 for 2 now, this year stealing.
Pretty good jump. He runs well. And he's a strider to where you can't really tell he's gathering ground. A lot like Jason Worth, maybe a hair quicker. That bag was ripped.
And that's a walk on 3-1. And Jordan Zimmerman's going to have to face Giancarlo Stanton off the stretch with 2 men aboard. Where is there not a power zone on Giancarlo Stanton? So you can see he can take a pitch up and away and drive it with authority the other way. Most power hitters, and that one would indicate, do have a bit of a hole in their swing up and in. That ball is away, and Miami's going to be on top. Yelich scoring over to third base, Dietrich. And the Marlins 3 in a row on base against Jordan Zimmerman.
Yeah, good read by Dietrich going first to third with nobody out. Ball off the end of Stanton's bat. He heard the sound, knew it was going to drop in front of Denard Span. So you see the slider right there from Jordan Zimmerman. Didn't do a whole lot. Stayed up in the zone. And the game plan once again by the Marlins, as we saw, was the game plan for the Braves, is swing early against Jordan Zimmerman. You know you're going to get a strike.
Here's Garrett Jones. He's 0 for 3 career against Zimmerman. And he goes up swinging. It's going to be 2-0 on a long sac fly as Span goes back and gets it. Stanton remains at first, and things are happening quickly.
Yeah, a lot of first pitch hacking going on. Garrett Jones getting the job done. Nice job from Derek Dietrich going first to third to get into scoring position. And Jones doing a nice job of staying in the middle of the diamond for the sac fly to put his ball club up by 2.
Casey McGee 0 for 4 last night. And again, Zimmerman a walk. He's 0 for 2 against Jordan. And Stanton will do some running. He's 2 for 2 stealing bases so far.
If you wonder about Casey McGee's pine tar, it has to be only 18 inches up the bat, and I don't think that's something Matt Williams would try to question, but I mean, that's way up there, right?
Well, and the thinking is, FP, if it's too far up on the bat, it could get all over the baseball at contact. Ball would probably act funny off the bat and could be a problem for a fielder.
Well, if he hits anything on the label in the infield, it's going to have grass and dirt all over the baseball.
Pretty good breaking ball, 0-2 from one side of the plate to the other.
Yeah, the slider's in the mid-80s, the curveball in the mid-70s, so that's how you know at home the difference. And the break, too. Just a little subtle break right there on the slider. Just nipping the front corner at 85.
Zimmerman's first start, as FP mentioned, not feeling well. Battled his way through 4 innings against Atlanta. A run on 4 hits. I'm sorry, 5 innings with 4 hits. A walk and 9 strikeouts. He's 4 and 3 career against Miami, starting against the Marlins for the 12th time. Stanton holding in a pitch well outside. McGee's driven in 10 runs. That is close to the corner. The battery froze. Zimmerman and Lobaton. Let's see what Mercedes-Benz thinks.
Talked to Gio Gonzalez today about Jose Lobaton. He loves the way he receives the baseball, and he's very comfortable throwing to him. And you look right there, the pitch is a strike. Good frame by Lobaton. And for some reason, didn't get the call.
3-2 with 1 out. Stanton running. And a ground ball third base way foul.
Now, I asked Gio last night, he hit a spot a bunch of times, didn't get the call, and I said, does Lobaton set up off the plate? Is that why you weren't getting those calls? And he said, no, I was just hitting the target, and you know, wasn't getting a call here, wasn't getting a call there, but raving about his new catcher's game calling abilities and his defensive skills today before the game.
Runner going, and a drive foul to the other side.
But I mean, take that with a grain of salt. I mean, Carp, if you caught Gio last night, he'd be raving about you and how well you did. That's just how he is.
That would be a stretch, but I'd take it. I read an interesting story recently, and it was involving framing pitches. And the subject of the story was a guy who was a really good catcher in the major leagues back in the 80s. Charlie O'Brien played for a bunch of different ball clubs. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But Charlie had an interesting point because he caught guys like Don Sutton in Milwaukee and other good pitchers. He caught some of the Toronto guys, Jimmy Key, when they were in their heyday, Pat Hink and guys like that. He said, you can frame pitches all you want, but if you don't have a pitcher who's around the plate all the time, that's where the calls come from, is the two working together. This will be easy for Rendon, and a long-awaited, hard-obtained second out for Jordan Zimmerman. Saltalamacchia will be next. But I thought that was interesting, FP. Catchers can't just frame pitches for anybody out there. It's got to be a guy who's got good command and at least has the umpire thinking he's going to be around the plate most of the time.
Well, and to frame a pitch, it has to be close. You can't be throwing the ball all over the place and just, you know, jerk your glove back in the strike zone because you're telling the ump it's a ball. It has to be strike near strike. And the movement with the glove and the body has to be very subtle. And Lobaton does all of those. He's good.
Jared Saltalamacchia, switch hitting catcher from the left side. And batting left-handed this year, he's 3 for 13. So Desmond almost right up the middle, and Danny Espinosa, rather Rendon, pardon me, just a couple of steps onto the right field grass. Zimmerman a good 35 feet off the line at third.
And we talked about it last night. In 2013, Saltalamacchia 218 right-handed, 294 left-handed. This is his strong side. Now, what we're talking about, watch Lobaton right here. Borderline pitch, right? Watch his glove. Boop. Just put it right there. Get the call. It's exactly what we're talking about. Watch the subtle frame. Just kind of taking his glove back over the plate. And he buys a borderline pitch, a strike for his pitcher. That's good stuff. Great shot, guys.
Two balls and a strike with 2 outs. 24th pitch of the inning coming here. And he drills the fastball in there at 93. Well, maybe since Jordan wasn't feeling well last time out, he doesn't have a great feel for what he did 5 days ago, so kind of still feeling his way out there. Because if he was as sick as you say he was, based on your conversation with him, he probably doesn't remember a whole lot about certain things in that start. It's up and in, 3-2.
And I started the conversation with, man, you hit the wall in the 5th, didn't you? He said, FP, I hit the wall before the first pitch. But we're not surprised at that kind of effort from him.
(3-2). Stanton will be moving with 2 outs.
Yeah, 27th pitch coming here in the first.
Just not getting any borderline calls. That one probably outside. But if he's around the plate more, maybe you get that call. Steve McCaddy will make a visit. And a long first inning will continue.
You know, sometimes Jordan tends to get in a little bit of a rush. We all know he has a fast tempo, likes to work quick. You saw him slow himself down right there, step off the mound. Maybe he's feeling he's moving a little bit too fast out there. And Steve McCaddy out to the mound, try to slow his right-hander down. Looks like he might be flying a little bit early with that front side, having trouble commanding the arm side of the plate.
Zach Wheeler and Irvin Santana down in Atlanta tonight. Mets and the Braves are just underway. And the Brewers have a couple of early runs at Philadelphia. So you're up to date on the division. The Marlins have a couple of early runs here. Nats will be facing Brad Hand, who at times they've hit hard in the past. Substitute starter for Jacob Turner, who came up sore and is on the DL. This is Marcell Ozuna, the center fielder.
And it's going to be important for Jordan Zimmerman to command his off speed tonight. And we've seen from time to time, whether it's the slider or the curveball, it's the one he has the better feel with. When a team comes out and shows you they're going to be hacking at your first pitch, doesn't mean you have to run from your fastball. It just means you have to locate your fastball, number one. But number two, if you're not locating your fastball, you better be throwing your off speed for strikes.
You're looking slider at 86, some late movement on that.
And probably the best slider he's thrown today. 86 miles an hour. This one had some bite. It was out front on time, and he got on top of it.
And he'll bounce that one, blocked by Lobaton.
That's a lot of opportunities in a young season. This goes to show you the Marlins are getting guys on base.
Yeah, that's a number 7 hitter with those kind of numbers. Fastball well off the plate inside, 2-2.
It's a good pitch. You know why? Keeps him from diving out there for that slider he's about to throw right now. So if you triple up on the slider away, sometimes hitters will just jump out across the plate, slap it to right. Make it move his feet with the fastball, not just throw it inside, but make it move his feet. It protects the slider away. Missed it.
Well, last year, Jordan Zimmerman was economical all season long, and there were a couple of starts at Baltimore, at Cleveland, when things didn't go well for him. But as a rule, not a lot of pitches to get through innings. Second fewest in the league last year. So Ozuna, third full count in a row here, and with the runners on the move, it's out of play to the right side. And a couple of the Miami hitters have done a good job of fouling tough pitches off to extend at bats.
And went 3-2 slider right there. Everything down.
Yeah, except for that 2-strike pitch that was off the plate inside, stood him up a bit.
Let's see what they go with here. It'd be 3 sliders in a row if they go with it.
It is, and Zimmerman can go right to the bag. Hot shot, Ryan handled it. Marlins get a couple. They could have had more. The Nats against left-hander Brad Hand straight ahead on a cool night in D.C. He's got his season ticket card already. for the Marlins. Nats coming up for the first time. Washington right now.
Just ask him.
Ask him if the Nats are going to score some runs tonight. He'll say, you betcha. Here's the lineup. Anthony Rendon has hit safely in every game this year. 11 for 27. Batting .407. That's the 7th highest batting average in the league. Worth is hot. LaRoche is hot. Ryan Zimmerman's 5 for 6 career against Brad Hand. So we'll see what this lefty has to match up against some good right-handed bats for Washington.
Yeah, the fastball average is 92 miles an hour. Curveball 78. And he's been really working on the changeup with pitching coach Chuck Hernandez and featuring a lot more this year than he did in the past.
Brad Hand, 2-10 career. 16th career start. 23rd game, a 4.23 ERA. Right shoulder strain placed right-hander Jacob Turner on the DL today. Marlins knew that after the game last night. So Denard Span gets a lefty-lefty matchup here. He's 0 for 1 career against Hand. Casey McGee on the grass at third. And in close, Garrett Jones at first. They can both back up now. No balls, 2 strikes.
And you know how Turner did that, Carp? Hitting in the cage.
We did here batting practice.
Did you see where Josh Hamilton is out for 6 to 8 weeks after sliding to first last night?
Total tear of his ulnar collateral ligament in his thumb. He stayed in the game. Couldn't grip the ball, couldn't grip the bat. They had to get him out of there. And of interest to us, of course, because the Angels will be here on the next homestand. Josh Hamilton out for the better part of 2 months. Anaheim's off to a 3-5 start, tied with Houston at the bottom of the AL West. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. And a 1-2. Span stays with the breaking ball to stay alive.
Span's numbers in 17 games against the Marlins. And the outfield is playing him as shallow as I've ever seen an outfield play. Denard Span. Everybody.
He hits a gap. It's 3 for sure.
Maybe 4.
You're right. Fastball on the corner. Dan Bellino punches out Denard Span.
So the defense for the Marlins behind Mr. Hand. Yelich, Ozuna, Stanton the outfield, Echeverria, McGee left side, Dietrich, Jones right side, and Jared Saltalamacchia behind the plate. Some good names in there.
That's why they came up with the numbering system in baseball. Because on a relay play, there's not room in the book for Yelich to Echeverria to Saltalamacchia. So just write down 7-6-2. Anthony Rendon, also 7th in the league in RBIs with 8. He faces Hand for the second time, 0 for 1.
It'll be interesting to see how far Brad Hand goes into this game. Last time out in the 4th, he qualified for a save in an 8-2 win against the Padres. He pitched the last 3 innings of the game. But like you said, Carpet, emergency start here. And early returns, the fastball's jumping out of his hand at 94, 95 miles an hour.
As a major league starter, he's 1-10 in 15 starts with an ERA of just under 4.9. That's a base hit if it stays fair, and it will. It actually made a bit of a right turn to get even further from the chalk line before Casey McGee could pick it up. And that's an 8-game hitting streak.
Well, when you're locked in, you're locked in. And little things like, you know, the field being tilted toward the Navy Yard happen. Watch this. The ball just kind of comes back. Looks like it's going to go foul. Then watch at the end. It comes actually back towards second base. Stay hot, Anthony Rendon, and there goes the no-hitter.
So Jason Worth steps in. Against Brad Hand, 1 for 5 with 3 walks and an RBI. The best matchup for the Nats against this left-hander. is a couple hitters away. We'll tell you about that when Ryan Zimmerman gets in. Tying run into the batter's box immediately. Inside the numbers with Jeep. Since June 19th of last year, only Michael Kadire, who won the batting title, has a higher average in this league than Jason Worth.
Yeah, there was an MVP in there too, and Andrew McCutchen.
And Worth takes it, and he is locked in on that strike zone right now, 3-0. Borderline pitch, he didn't even flinch.
Well, a guy that features a changeup a lot, if you take a 3-0 fastball, you might be getting a 3-1 changeup. So no reason not to have the green light here if it's right down the middle.
Wasn't right down the middle, it was in the outer part of the strike zone.
And you could tell by the way he took that he was swinging, just didn't like it.
Worth, couple of home runs, 9 RBIs. Pardon me, I'm looking at LaRoche's number. Worth only has 1 RBI. Still looking for that first long ball. He's 9 for 24 on the season. LaRoche is next, with the Nats down early by 2.
There's Jason Worth's power zone. As all major league hitters, likes it right down the middle.
3-1. Target away. And Worth cranks one to center. Going back Ozuna. He's going to pull it in 395 feet away. And the cool weather of April keeping some drives in the yard right now. That ball was smoked.
It was. Can't hit it any better than that. Good at bat. He did get a 3-1 fastball, and it was better than the 3-0 fastball, and he thought he had his first home run of the year right here. Does he do his patented little bat flip, thinking he got him? Because I thought he had him. But this ballpark has been playing some kind of huge here early in the season. Carp, you always say it's fair, and I think it's a very accurate description of Nats Park, but right now, I mean, you got to hit it a ton to get it out of here. You know, June, July, it actually plays small. April, May. April plays big, May fair.
Yeah.
And we've seen it one time in October.
Here's LaRoche. He's had some success against this lefty. A couple of hits, a home run, 3 RBIs. 2 for 3. And I think when pitchers or players tell you a ballpark plays fair, it means there's nothing you get there that you didn't earn. You know, no little cheapies down the line or anything like that where there might be a short porch. This ballpark is asymmetrical, but you have to hit it well to get it out, and the hitters know that, and the pitchers appreciate that. Nice. This time of the year, a lot of parks around baseball playing large.
Yeah, nice homestand working for Adam LaRoche. A career .214 hitter in April, .348 as he steps in.
He had a lot made today in discussions about how he's kind of gone back to some of his fundamentals way back when. I mean, even as a kid, when he would try to land really soft on the front foot and just have those quick hands, and he's putting that to use right now.
Well, like Ray Knight described so accurately in the pregame show, slow feet and soft feet. And Rick Shue will be one to tell you that, equal quick hands. If you're jumping at the baseball, your hands will lag, they'll trail, and it's hard to get your bat head out for contact. And soft feet also keep your head still so you can make better decisions, see the ball better.
And the breaking ball evens the count 2-2. LaRoche surveying the field.
Well, I'm just glad we didn't have to wait till we get to Atlanta and have Chipper Jones straighten him out like he did last year. They can just talk about killing stuff now.
2-2 pitch. Right now killing baseballs. The bat gets killed on that one. That's the shortstop over there. Adeiny Echeverria had two. Range to the right side. Long first inning. 2-0 Miami.
Run on your toes in the outfield. So for you young outfielders, if you stay on your toes, your head stays still. And when your head stays still, the baseball doesn't bounce in the air. It stays still as well, and you know right where to go. Look at Denard Span right there and how still his head is. And this is the best shot right there. And a lot of times, even at the highest level, you see major league outfielders with their heads bobbing up and down, and when that causes the ball actually to move on you, and you make bad routes, bad decisions on the baseball. But we always talk about Denard Span, some of the cleanest routes you'll ever see in center field. The reason he makes all these plays on the runs, number one, he works on it. But number two, he keeps his head perfectly still. And I talked to him today before the game about that. He's a high school wide receiver, and he thinks by playing other sports, such as football and basketball, that it helps him with things he does now as a Major League Baseball player in center field. And that's staying light on your feet and keeping that head perfectly still so that you know right where the ball is going to be all times.
1 ball, 1 strike to Adeiny Echeverria. Well hit ball out to left center. That's going to plug the gap. And the Marlins, out of their first 8 hitters, have 3 hits and a walk. And because of his speed, Echeverria has a triple. 3 hits, 2 walks, a sac fly, and the pitcher coming up now for the first time.
Yeah, he's been locked in all season long. Brett Butler's telling him, way to swing it. And once you've got that ball in the gap, you had 3. It looked like Bryce Harper might have taken just a click here to get the ball back in. Let's check it out together. But Echeverria, above average runner, and that ball took a little extra hop. But I think Bryce was maybe trying to bait him in to go to 3, thinking he was going to throw him out, but that didn't work.
Infield in, pitcher up there. Brad Hand 0 for 1 this year. And as a big league hitter, he's 2 for 23 with an RBI. While we're talking about Denard Span, Dan Coco has more to add. Dan?
Bob, I talked to outfield instructor and first base coach Tony Tarasco about Span earlier today, and we know that Span has good speed, but it's more than just that allows him to cover so much ground out there in center field. Tarasco said Span has impeccable work ethic. He's constantly working on tracking balls and getting reads in batting practice. He does that for 2 groups. A lot of outfielders might just do it for 1. Span really works hard during batting practice and does it for a full 2 groups. He's constantly pre-thinking how he's going to run a ball down before it's hit. And that plays a large part in how he's able to get to so many balls. You guys mentioned he played wide receiver when he played football back in the day. Tarasco said he would have made a good safety because of his closing speed, but the Nats are probably pretty happy that he stuck the baseball route.
Yeah, and speaking route, the best way to put it, good routes to the ball. Not the strongest arm, but you can make up for that if you charge the ball hard and you run good routes to the ball. So 1 out on the strikeout of the pitcher, and Christian Yelich the hitter, and he singled hard the other way to start the game. Stole second, came around to score on the Stanton base hit, and Jordan Zimmerman misses low with a breaking ball.
Well, a lot of times when you get a base hit the other way your first time up, they try to pound you in second time up. Let's see if they go in there. They did.
Right in on his trademark.
But that's how you think as a hitter, and you know that. Man, I smoked a low line drive to left my first time up. They're not going to throw me that pitch again. So what do? I change my game plan to turn and burn and look for something in. Just beat him there right there with a good fastball off the plate.
Yelich never played AAA ball, called up from AA Jacksonville last year.
And it looks like Mike Redmond has decided to go contact play with Echeverria, who has really good speed, as we just saw at third base. He's looking for anything off the bat of Yelich on a down angle. And he's going to go on contact. Infield in. Should be interesting if he hits it right at a net.
Pretty good rip on 87 upstairs. Counts even 2-2. And so the strikeout possibility comes into play. Yelich, pretty good contact man. He has struck out this year 6 times in 28 at bats.
I think if you throw that 2-seam fastball in here, you might have a chance.
Target in.
Left it out over, got away with one. Check out the at-bat. Brought to you by Nissan. That last pitch right down the middle.
Target in again.
And that was a good pitch. Hit a spot. And we've seen Jordan, he has a really good feel for that slider, go with the back knee slider off that pitch to a lefty. Watch this one. He got this one in a little bit more. Yelich couldn't get there. And he is set up big time for that slider down and in.
Got the ball up. Base hit. 3-0 Miami. So that was the slide piece, but it was just sitting there. And Yelich, all he had to do was knock it into left field. It's a 3-0 game.
Well, that was the pitch. They tried to bury it down and in, and like you said, Carp just left it up and up to where he could lift it to left field. He wants this at the back knee. He got it in. He just didn't get it down and in, and that allowed Yelich, who did a nice job of pulling his hands inside the baseball and just flipping it out there with the infield in for the RBI, and finds himself 2 for 2.
Man, look out here. He's running threads. Already swiped one. Marlins as a ball club, 5 out of 6 stealing so far. So the first time through the order, they went 3 for 6 with 2 walks and a sacrifice fly. And now another base hit. First time a guy has hit twice. So we'll see what adjustments Jordan can make here. Derek Dietrich, the hitter. The walk to him was really a damaging at bat to the Nats in the first inning. Guy who had only 7 at bats in the first week or so of the season, and Jordan walked him ahead of Giancarlo Stanton. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outfield around to the left. Infield looking for a grounder. And that ball is jacked to the gap in right center. Miami leads 5-0 as Derek Dietrich leaves the yard. That's going to play the ball back in. And what's the ruling here? It looked like a home run to us. And then the ball was retrieved by Span and Worth in toward the infield. And I don't think there's going to be any hesitation at all by the umpires to go in here. Will this even have to be an appeal by the manager?
I don't think so. I was just going based on Denard Span and Jason Worth's reaction, who play here every day. That's a homer.
I just fear that we're getting to the point where everything that happens on the field now is going to require a conference.
Conference reviews, headphones. Check it out one more time. Got the super zoom on it. What do you got? Where's it at?
That's a home run. Anything above the green strip at the top of the scoreboard is out of the park, and that one hit the rail above the scoreboard. When Nationals Park opened, and I know some of you have heard this before, that strip on top of the scoreboard was not green. It was kind of a silver color, like the rail, at the Nationals' request and at the umpire's request as well. It was painted green way back in 2008. And this should be a relatively easy call. But I'm wondering if there were any umpires adamant about making a home run call here, or does everybody just kind of stand around and wait for this situation to come up again?
Well, you make a good point, Carb. Are umpires afraid to make calls now, or do they feel the necessity to make calls based on Big Brother watching in New York?
I mean, this is not even close.
Derek Dietrich hit that ball a ton. And they're calling it a home run.
His 10th in the big leagues. He finally touches home plate. He was standing at third base.
Well, his grandfather, Steve Demeter, former minor league baseball player, minor league manager, when he was managing Derek Dietrich, he used to follow him to the ballpark when he was a minor league manager. And his big philosophy was let it fly, meaning swing the bat hard. He actually has a tattoo on his wrist that says let it fly. And right there against Jordan Zimmerman, he absolutely let it fly.
5 runs on 5 hits by the Marlins. And that's ball 1 to Giancarlo Stanton, who got the run scoring started with his 13th RBI last inning. All these hits have been extremely well struck. That ball's popped up to the right side of the infield. Adam LaRoche will make the call and then let Rendon call him off. 2 outs.
It's not too late to become a 2014 Nats season plan holder. Great plans are still available for purchase. Get the lowest prices and exclusive season plan holder benefits. Purchase your plan by calling 202-675-NATS or visit nationals.com/2014.
Garrett Jones with a base hit the other way. On the attack early in counts. The Marlins tonight with a pretty solid game plan against Jordan Zimmerman, who may not be long for this game. Bullpen is working. Craig Stammen. Matt Williams is 2 steps from the bottom of the dugout. And Casey McGee steps in.
We just wonder what, from a physical standpoint, that start against the Braves did to Jordan Zimmerman. Maybe left everything that he had in the tank out there in the home opener.
And I know what you folks at home were thinking after Gio took care of business last night. We're thinking the same thing. You got Zimmerman and Strasburg going the next 2 games. Get a sweep, head to Atlanta. Things don't often turn out the way we expect, and plenty of time to come back in this game. It's certainly a surprising result by Jordan against the Marlins so far. 1 ball, 1 strike. Casey McGee popped up his first time. He lashes one to center. Runner will stop at second. And after sending 7 men up in the first inning, the Marlins will send up at least 8 here in the second. And here comes Matt Williams. Hard for me to remember an earlier exit in the career of Jordan Zimmerman.
Well, when a guy has track record like he has, I mean, not making an excuse. I'm sure he'll never say anything about it, but you just have to wonder what effect that first start against Atlanta had on him here tonight.
An inning and 2/3 on 7 hits. And here comes Craig Stammen. Long way to go tonight. To keep it from getting worse. Craig's been solid so far. It'll be his 3rd appearance. 1 hit, no runs in 3 innings. Hasn't walked a batter, 3 strikeouts. And he'll face Jared Saltalamacchia here.
A fastball, slider, curveball. Hasn't thrown a change yet this year. Really didn't throw it that much last year. 2-seam fastball, 90 miles an hour. Slider 84, curveball 78.
Saltalamacchia facing Craig Stammen for the first time. Walked his first time up in the first. That was with 2 outs right before the Ozuna ground out with 2 men aboard.
And he's been good so far.
79 strikeouts in 82 innings last year, over 55 games, and a 2.76 ERA.
Well, you just got to try to keep it right there and hope your offense could get you back in the game. There's certain nights where if they slug, you got to slug.
'89 with good movement away from the left-handed batter. So 2 on, 2 out here. And all fastballs to the left-handed batter so far. And that one skips in the dirt. 3-2 now. The runners will be on the move with a payoff pitch.
And you wonder if he's going to try the slider right here. Saltalamacchia hasn't seen it yet. And he's thinking 100% fastball. And if you throw a fastball for a strike, you got to believe he'll be on it.
He took a little bit off, it appeared. 89 with great movement and a badly needed strikeout. Ryan Zimmerman. Great career numbers against Brad Hand. The Nats need him now.
Later. That's a fine pick of you, partner. Hey, there it is. Hashtag there goes the no-hitter. I love it. Thanks for the signs, guys. Nats come back and win this. You go to Papa John's all season long. When the Nats win and score 7 or more runs, you get 50% off regular menu prices at papajohns.com by entering promo code NATS50 or hashtag there goes the no-hitter. No, I just made it up. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Washington Nationals.
Well, the no-hitter has been taken care of. Rendon has a base hit. Ryan Zimmerman against Brad Hand, 2 walks. And in the official at-bats, 5 out of 6.
Somebody sent me a picture on Twitter the other day of a Virginia license plate that said, there goes the no-hitter.
Wow.
Just the initials of it.
Is that what you put on your car after you get your first speeding ticket?
No, after you run into something.
This one outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, I feel like on a night like tonight, even though Derek Dietrich hit the tar to that baseball, you got to get a lot of base runners kind of chip away. I mean, long way to go, right? Bottom of the 2nd inning, you have a quick strike offense. But the ballpark is playing large. Just get some base runners on, chip away, and see what happens. But right now, Brad Hand does have a good fastball work in the mid-90s.
Zimmerman hits it sharply. Right side, Derek Dietrich. So a long first 54 minutes of this one. 1 out, bottom of the 2nd. Nats down 5-0. With the Marlins picking up 2 in the first, 3 in the 2nd, knocking out Jordan Zimmerman for the earliest time ever in his career. 5 runs on 7 hits in an inning and 2/3, 57 pitches.
And by no means do we want to take away anything from the Marlins and what they did here tonight against Jordan, because it was impressive. But I mean, when you see a guy pitch for 3 straight years and you know what he has and what he's done in the past, you just feel like there had to be something else besides the stuff tonight going on with Jordan.
1 ball, 1 strike as Ian Desmond skips back. He's 1 for 3 career with an RBI against Brad Hand. 24-year-old lefty from Chaska, Minnesota, right outside Minneapolis.
And that might have been a changeup at 88.
Looked like a straight change.
Power change. Pretty good pitch.
Yeah, for a moment it looked like Dan Bellino might stand up and raise the right arm. He thought about it.
Did it get the pitch track strike zone?
Two to Desmond.
He and Desmond today, he and I were exchanging Elijah Duke stories before the game. When I was a hitting coach in A-ball with Kevin Franzen, he reminded me that Elijah Dukes got hit by a pitch when he was in A-ball and I was the coach for the San Jose Giants. And I was popping off from the dugout at him, telling him to go to first base. And he looked at me.
Oh, baby.
And I thought, oh, my gosh, I'm going to die right here because he's a large human being.
Desmond hits one in the air to right. It'll back up Stanton just a bit. Short of the track, 2 outs.
And Ian was telling me about a story in A-ball where Elijah was quite animated on the bench, and we were going back and forth with Elijah Duke stories in batting practice before the game.
Well, Jim Bowden swears it's true that he once saw Elijah take batting practice, and he hit a high towering home run to left field, and before it came down, the next one he hit on a line drive came down in about the same spot. Now, I don't know if I'm buying it or not. It hardly seems possible.
Well, he got hit by
his power was unbelievable.
He got hit by a pitch, and I was screaming from the dugout, just go to first. And he got to first, and he looked at me. And it's one of the only times in my life I thought I was going to die. Because it's all he had to do was charge the bench.
You were over your skis on that one, my friend.
Even in A-ball.
Yeah.
He was scary.
And right now, the Nats have to guard against being over-eager. Guys trying to step in and tie the game when you're down by 5. We saw Ian Desmond fish upstairs a little bit. And then Bryce went reaching there. 1 ball, 1 strike to Harper, who's 4 for 25 to start the season. 0 for 1 against Hand. And that's a breaking ball that came over the inner half. 1 and 2.
Well, the luxury Brad Hand has right now is that you have a 5-run lead. And you say, well, obviously FP, but as a pitcher, now you're free and easy. You don't feel like you have to hit every single corner and make the perfect pitch. It helps you relax. It's almost like a hitter when you're coming up your 3rd time and you have 2 hits already.
And Harper with a stay alive swing, and it'll be just over into that first row area.
So now you're relaxed. You let your natural ability take over, and you're not out there gripping trying to make the perfect pitch. Yeah, last year he got out of the gate quick. And you remember he had that great spring training last year, too, and it just continued right into the season.
I guess the Marlins were due for something like this. In the last 11 games against the Nats in this park, they'd scored 15 runs total. Nats winning 10 of those 11. So they got the explosion tonight they've been waiting for. But they're throwing a guy who hasn't started much lately. At some point, it'll be a battle of the bullpens, and we'll see what happens then. 2-2 pitch. Harper can't catch up with the high heat. Bryce gone. He strikes out for the 12th time this year in 26 at-bats. It's all Miami, 5-0.
By Mercedes-Benz of Arlington and Mercedes-Benz of Alexandria. It's been all Marlins. Christian Yelich 2 for 2, stolen base, 2 runs. Derek Dietrich with a towering home run to right center field, a 2-run job. And Jordan Zimmerman, the shortest outing of his career. But let's go back to the second inning. Derek Dietrich got a pitch down and in, just dropped the head on it. And it hit that post right above the wall on the scoreboard right there. The umps went in, called air traffic control here in D.C. and decided it was a home run.
And by the way, it has been confirmed by the Nationals that the umpires did initiate that review, not Mike Redmond. Zimmerman deflects to Desmond. How about a 5-6-3? Off the bat of Marcell Ozuna. And Ryan Zimmerman deflects it perfectly to his athletic, hard-throwing shortstop.
And the coolest part about that play was Ryan Zimmerman still laying on the ground, put his glove up in the air, and Ian Desmond gave him a high five when he lays on his belly. Just a reaction play right here from Ryan Zimmerman. Ball hit very hard. Just a couple of steps in a dive, deflects it to his shortstop, lays there and watches the whole play as Ian Desmond throws across. Pretty good pick by LaRoche, too, but we're used to that, aren't we?
Yeah, you might have to give out 3 stars on this play.
Yeah, watch. A little ricochet piece. Desmond on the run. Short hop. Good pick. That was a tough pick in between.
1-0 now to Echeverria, who got their second inning rally started with a leadoff triple. So a star above the 5, the 6, and the 3 on that play.
Yeah, good call. 5 slowed it down. 6 picked it.
There's a check swing. Zimmerman's going to cut it off. Wheel and fire. Perfectly done to Adam LaRoche. Ryan has been really throughout his career the most aggressive third baseman in baseball.
Well, nice job right here on the first test. Spin move, underhand, right on the money. A little something on it, too. Adam LaRoche approves. I'm still interested to see the routine play, which, if you missed it earlier, we were talking about how he's worked on throwing it that same way on a ground ball right toward him to where he actually fields it stationary, then starts to run a little bit and throws it underhand.
Brad Hand, the hitter. Struck out by Jordan Zimmerman with Echeverria at third base in the second, but then Yelich got a base hit to left and Derek Dietrich hit the home run. High chopper over to LaRoche. It stays fair. 1-2-3 inning for Craig Stammen. So there's the swing.
1 star. 2 stars. 3 stars, and there's the high five I was talking about from the ground. Ian Desmond, Ryan Zimmerman, get it done.
6 games in April and May, you get a 7th game free, so it's like an extra day of the week for you. Plus a Nationals beach towel. $5 added value on each ticket for Spring Flex. Pack details. Visit nationals.com/flex.
It's like Cindy Lou Who right there.
Some good-looking unis with the little guys at the ballpark tonight. Now we're going to the bottom of the third. It'll be Lobatone, Stammen, and Span.
You know what time it is, don't you? It's time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag #MASSandNationals for a chance to have it shown on our broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T.
Jose Lobatone has not had one right-handed at bat until right now. 3 for 15 overall. He's a .228 career hitter in parts of 4 years with San Diego, Tampa Bay previously, but he hit a career high .249 with the Rays last year. 32 RBIs in 100 ball games.
Well, I just ran next door during the break and talked to Marlins broadcaster Tommy Hutton. I said, this guy's not good enough to make your rotation. He's a spot starter throwing 95, talking about Brad Hand.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got good stuff going here tonight. 5-run lead helps.
6'3", 219, as I mentioned, just 24 years of age. 12 starts 3 years ago. He went 1-8. 1 start 2 years ago, most of the season at New Orleans. And Lobatone with an inside-out swing will hit it out of play. And then last year, just 7 games, 2 starts at the big league level, a win and a loss. He was 3-5 with their AAA New Orleans in 15 starts with a .342 earned run average.
Overthrowing the changeup at 87. I'm talking to Gio about his changeup today, and he said, FP, it's just a field pitch for me. When I'm feeling good, I'm going to throw it. And so far, it's been good for him. And Jose Lobatone liked it so much last night, he called it a bunch.
Leadoff walk. Pitcher coming up. And it's a good hitting pitcher in Craig Stammen. Nats have their second base runner.
Just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Hold up a cup of coffee, and it's not a Miller Lite you got over there.
That was ice water I was toasting you with. Craig Stammen is a .195 career hitter, 16 hits in 82 big league at bats with 10 RBIs and 9 sacrifice bunts.
Well, they're right on top of him, and I wonder if he's thinking about pulling it back and slapping it by Casey McGee at third.
Craig 5 at bats, 0 for 5 last year.
Starters hit every day early. They bunt, they take batting practice before the regulars hit. Relievers, they don't. So Craig Stammen right now having to rely on memories on how to get this done. Hasn't worked on it.
One ball, 2 strikes. Still showing bunt. Pulls the bat back, ball 2. And that'll be a strikeout. Couldn't make contact. Third K for Brad Hand. Well, the Nats need the bat of Denard Span to start revving up here. He's 5 for 26 to start the season. Oh for 1 tonight, called out on strikes on a fastball, bottom of the first. Yeah, it's interesting about Brad Hand. They have 2 other situational lefties in their bullpen in Mike Dunn and Dan Jennings. I don't know if they were saving him for long relief or spot start, but he sure looks like the real thing here. Don't remember him bringing it like this previously. 2-1, or rather 1 ball 1 strike, pardon me. 19 pitches first inning, and then 18. Then he rolled in the breaking ball, but it stayed up. Now 2-1. Some big bats are coming up. The last thing Mike Redmond wants to see him do is walk a man right here. Hot hitting Rendon and then Jason Worth.
I mean, you have a 5-run lead and you're staked to a 5-run lead. The big leagues, you really just have to locate your fastball. You don't have to get tricky. Throw strikes. Move that 95 around. I mean, you can't just lay it in there. It'll be 5-5 in a heartbeat. But if you can locate your heat at mid-90s from the left side, there's no reason to really mess around with anything else till you get to 2 strikes.
He did walk Denard Span.
And the only thing that's going to hurt Brad Hand is free base runners. And the Nats have 2 here in the 3rd.
He had the number 8 hitter and then the leadoff man. So a catcher and a left-handed batter. Now he's got Rendon and Worth to deal with.
Well, I said at the outset, you just wonder how deep he can go into this game and how far Mike Redmond wants to go with a guy that's, you know, used to being a reliever and is kind of trained in spring training to be a reliever. Big hairy guy on deck.
Rendon with a base hit right down the 3rd baseline first time, stayed fair. And that one tailing, but it caught the corner.
That's pretty good.
Second on the club in RBIs to the 9 of LaRoche. And then the breaking ball in there, 0-2.
That one of the slower ones at 80, just kind of started it off the plate away and brought it back.
Had to swing. And a little flare out to Yelich for the 2nd out of the inning.
Well, after walking Denard Span, he starts Anthony Rendon up with a fastball on the outer half. Good pitch, 94, strike 1. Then backdoor curveball for strike 2. Then tries the curve again, and Rendon flies out to left. Sounded like he got it off the end. Remember, Jason Worth hit that ball a long ways his first time up to center field.
Yeah, about 395 straight away. 2-0 game at that point. Now the Nats are down by 5. That's a swing on a breaking ball down and in. Interesting outfield defense by the Marlins. Christian Yelich, compared to Ozuna in center, Stanton in right, is really shallow in left field. for a hitter like this. He must have designs on trying to throw out Lobaton at the plate. But if he lets one get by him, it could mean 2 runs.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, anything that was hit decent and wasn't in the air forever would be over his head. Now, Jason has a count of 0-2.
So 3 curveballs in a row. Jason Benton, first pitch fastball, tried to hold up, couldn't. Curveball for strike 2 and another curveball right there.
Two on, 2 out. And Worth gets under that one. Marcell Ozuna on the trot. The Nats have left 3 base runners. On to the middle innings. A long one so far, and Miami on top by 5.
Party, your reunion, the high school reunion, bring everybody here, or another group event to Nats Park this season. I don't know, bring your Book of the Month club. The bigger the group, the bigger the savings. And if you bring 41,418 people, you can just rent the ballpark for a night. For more information, call 202-675-NATS or visit nationals.com/groups.
Craig Stammen has to keep this thing within reach. Top of the order for the Marlins. And Christian Yelich, who did not play against Gio last night, is 2 for 2. With a stolen base, 2 runs, and an RBI.
Oh, we liked Christian Yelich a lot last year from what we saw.
Did. 288 in his big league debut. 62 games, 240 at bats. Struck out a little too much, 66 times last year. But he stole 10 bases without being caught. That ball's hanging up in the air. Long run for Bryce Harper, and he can't get there. Desmond had no shot either. Yelich has hit the ball to left field every time.
Pretty good run for Bryce Harper, going a long way. Ball kind of tailing away from him the whole time. It looked like he had a beat on it, but from where we're sitting, that inside-out rotation on the ball just kind of kept pushing away.
Yelich, like Harper, a #1 draft pick, at least first round, 23rd overall player taken back in 2010. And he's 3 for 3. Harper's going to run over there and try to hold him to a single. This could be close, but the throw's offline. And Christian Yelich is 3 for 3. And on the young season, 9 for 30.
I mean, just a pretty swing right here from a young player. Short, compact, just off the end of the bat, but hit it hard enough and perfectly placed enough to get it between the bag and a diving Ryan Zimmerman. Good effort by Zimmerman, just too much on that ball. Good hustle by Harper to get over there and make it close at second, but with Yelich's speed, he's in easy. Have a night.
Well, Derek Dietrich, not a bad night either. 2 left-handed batters at the top of this lineup. So obviously the Marlins are a different looking team against right-handed pitching. Dietrich has walked, scored, and hit a 2-run homer.
Big shortstop at Georgia Tech.
Yeah, he was one of the top 4 players in the country that year in terms of getting votes for the Golden Spikes Award.
A few good shortstops from Georgia Tech.
Noma.
Hey, you grow up around the game like he did. The whole big league atmosphere doesn't faze you. It's almost like you were born to be here. And after his first swing tonight, can't tell why.
They got him in a trade with Tampa Bay. Houston drafted him back in 07 out of Cleveland, Ohio. He didn't sign. Raised it a couple of years later. And then remember Yunel Escobar? Trade for him back in December of 2012. Three and one. So this could be the 3rd time tonight that 2 guys ahead of Giancarlo Stanton get on base. Single walk in the first, single home run in the second. And a ball laced to right field. Worth has to go back and grab it. That'll get Yelich to third base with 1 out.
Well, good at bat by Dietrich. Got his pitch, hit it hard, moved the runner, but nice play by Jason Worth. I mean, this ball is laced, low line drive, got a pitch out over the plate, and he thinks this is over Worth's head, but Worth with a great jump. Going back on it, makes the running catch over his shoulder. And Christian Yelich advances to third with 1 out. Good fundamental baseball by the Marlins.
Not a very comfortable feeling with the infield in here.
No, you can't pay me enough to come in at third base right here. I don't care what I'm making. Take out an insurance policy from Lloyd's of London to play in the grass here. But you have to play in, you have to stop the bleeding, and with the speed of Yelich at third base, that dictates your depth.
That was a huge sweeping breaking ball here.
Good slider. Looked like a strike, broke late.
Well placed on the Nissan pitch track. He needs a couple more. Target in, get it in there, and it did have enough tail on it to get near the trademark of Giancarlo's bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out.
Well, you can do 2 things right here. If you trust Jose Lobaton, I'm sure Craig Stammen does, you can bounce that slider. Hope he blocks it, get a swing through strike 3. Or you could go that 2-seam fastball back inside. But Stammen likes to bounce that thing with 2 strikes. Let's see if he does it.
That's a beauty. 85 for the strikeout. Craig Stammen's second K, having pitched over 2 innings now.
And you can see Lobaton get wider here in anticipation of him bouncing this slider, and I think Craig wanted to, but he started it as a strike. Look, strike right there. That's when you got to make your decision, and when you go to swing, the bottom drops out. Yeah. Right there, it's a strike, and then you go to swing, and it's not. Good pitch, good sequence.
Yeah.
Big out.
Here's Garrett Jones. He singled last time up. Sac fly back in the first. And Garrett Jones, career against Craig Stammen, 1 for 3. Check swing. And then a little pepper from one on-deck circle over to the other as Casey McGee raised his bat and bounced it over by the Nats dugout. So Stammen a strike away from getting out of this after the leadoff double.
Well, he's executed 2 perfect pitches. Get over slider for strike 1. Fastball in, check swing. See if he bounces that slider here, 0-2.
Well done by Stammen. Swing and a miss. Requires a throw. And the top of the 4th inning is over. So Craig Stammen's given the Nats 2 1/3. Adam LaRoche straight ahead. Zimmerman, Desmond behind him. For global security professionals, AFCIA with our sideline report. And Dan, there's some big boppers in the outfield, but so far it's mostly the infield carrying that weight.
It is, Bob. I mean, you mentioned it. We've got LaRoche, Zimmerman, and Desmond coming up this half inning. And coming into today, Nationals infielders had hit the most home runs and had the highest slugging percentage of any infield across Major League Baseball. They also ranked 2nd in RBIs and in batting average. Obviously, Rendon and LaRoche are big parts of that, as those two have gotten off to great starts of the season. Zimmerman not too shabby either, and the Nats would like to see that group put up a crooked number here and get back into this ballgame.
And a crooked pitch, a breaking ball low and away, bottom of the 4th underway. 63rd pitch by Brad Hand. So he's averaging over 20 pitches per inning. I'm sure the Marlins will keep a close eye on him as we move into the middle innings of this game. Jeep takes us inside the numbers with Adam LaRoche. Well, look at that, for 10 years, a .214 average. First 2 months of the season, well beyond that. Well beyond that this year.
Well, we told him it was May, and that's how we cured that thing. Plus, he never had a beard in any of those years.
This one headed for the turf in left center. That ball was well struck, and Marcell Ozuna over to cut it off. That's Adam LaRoche now, batting .360. He's 9 for 25.
A good swing right there. And if you watch Adam LaRoche's batting practice this year compared to last, everything is right where he just hit it. Left center, left field. You see him landing softly on that front side. Throw of the bat, the big finish, and the hip turn. That's just a pretty swing. Stay hot, Moses.
Ryan Zimmerman hit the ball sharply first time, right at Dietrich, the second baseman. First pitch breaking ball for a strike. Ryan still 5 of 7 career against Brad Hand, who, by the way, longest outing in the major leagues as a starter, 7 innings. That was against Houston back in July of his rookie year, 2011.
Right
fastball right down the middle, and Ryan couldn't get over the top of it.
Swing like that usually buys you something else, meaning you're not going to get a fastball when you foul one straight back low like that. Won't be surprised if they go change or curve right here. I just find it odd they're using sequences with the runner on first base. They've been doing it all night.
Hard hit off the glove of Echeverria. Adam LaRoche had to hold up for a moment. Probably looked to him like that ball could have been caught on a fly. So the Nats put hits together for the first time tonight.
And as a hitter, Carp, you know that good hitter fouls the ball straight back on a fastball. You look for something else, and he got something else. It was a curveball right there from Brad Hand, and Ryan Zimmerman hit a one-hop bullet. That's Echeverria at shortstop. First and second, nobody out. Nats in business here in the fourth.
Ian Desmond flagged to right first time. Looking for his first hit in this series. 0 for 3 with a walk last night.
I've been watching Brad Hand and Jared Saltalamacchia with a runner on first base tonight, and they've been using multiple signs. You know, now with the runner on second, obviously they're going to go through a sequence, but very rarely do you see a ball club use a sequence of signs with just a runner on first base. And I'm trying to think of, off the top of my head, reasons why you would do that. And the only thing that comes to mind is they think you're cheating. I mean, why else would you use multiple signs with a runner on first base unless you thought that somebody was picking up your signs from somewhere, which is not the case. But I mean, for those of you that don't know, Major League Baseball is very, very paranoid sport with guys and sign stealing.
Sure.
I think Yadier Molina and the St. Louis Cardinals do the same thing. They're the only other team I can remember that uses more than one signal with just a runner on first base. And even if nothing's going on, maybe it just gives your pitcher that comfort level of not having to think that something is going on, you know?
One ball, 2 strikes to Ian Desmond. Struck him out. Ian got himself in the hole by fishing on that first pitch way off the plate. And that's strikeout number 4 for Brad Hand.
That's a changeup right there at 86 on the inner half. So he threw a changeup away to Desmond and then a changeup in for strike 3.
Well, here's where Bryce Harper could step up and get something done for the first time this year. Bryce has not driven in a run. He's 4 for 26. Hand struck him out on a fastball after showing him a lot of junk throughout that first at bat.
Well, he could make this an insta game with one swing. He's talking to himself right now, walking out of the box. When you're scuffling, you get your pitch and you miss it. It's frustrating. Ross Detweiler getting hot.
Yeah, the Nats would have a big inning. They could get it down to the number 9 spot. Harper batting 7th tonight against a left-hander. Matt Williams said that had nothing to do with his struggles. It's just a lefty-lefty matchup.
And you just see the frustration again. Got a fastball in the inner half, fouled it back, and
got to get the ball in play here on 1 and 2.
kind of saw that swing right there by Bryce. He got 2 fastballs on the inner half, fouled him back, and then a curveball away. And he was looking for that fastball in because he almost fell over and then just reached out the last second for that curveball. It's only a matter of time before he figures it out and gets hot. I think that fastball was just a show me fastball off the plate in to get back to that curveball away.
3 1/3 innings for Brad Hand. 80 pitches. Their bullpen's working. 1 and 2 to Harper again. And Bryce battling well here. Everything the other way, taking what the pitcher's given him.
You see what he's doing with his front hand. Stay through the ball. Stay through the ball. He's talking to himself right now because he's just pulling off, kind of cutting across the baseball, and that's why you see the foul balls the other way.
And sliding to his left, Saltalamacchia, ball 2.
Good stop by Saltalamacchia. Yeah, curveball started down the middle, broke away. Saltalamacchia way over to his left to keep the runners at first and second.
Right-hander Kevin Slowey warming up for Miami. And a 2-2 stays up and in.
Well, 5-0 ball game, and this becomes a very crucial moment for the Nationals in this game if they want to jump back in.
You know their guy would hate to walk somebody with a secondary pitch to load him up, so maybe Bryce gets a fastball here. We'll see. LaRoche at second, Zimmerman at first. That's a breaking ball upstairs, and Harper able to stay alive.
Good hack, couldn't wait around to see if it was going to come down all the way. Pretty good dogfight going on between Hand and Harper.
So this will be at least a 10-pitch at bat. Harper, right field, a big homer if it's fair. It is near the pole, upper deck, yes! Fair ball! 5-3 game.
Instant ball game. What an at-bat.
And Mike Redmond is already on the field. He's going to want this one reviewed. He's heading for DJ Rayburn. Rayburn took a good look after turning around. A lot of umpires do not want to run down the line, FP. They want to stand still and look at the ball to make sure they're getting a stationary look.
Well, the look I'm checking out right now, and from what I saw with the naked eye, that was a homer.
The biggest by far contact Bryce Harper has made this season.
I mean, it was almost like he was leaving the batter's box and swinging at the same time, and Brad Hand threw it right onto his barrel. But that was a big-time tater from Bryce Harper. And that was an upper deck job too, wasn't it?
It was. Umpires have already initiated one review tonight on the home run earlier by Dietrich. They're going in here.
All right, I got a sneak peek at this, folks, and I think it's way fair. I mean, just look where it lands, right?
But is that camera looking right down the line?
But just where we're looking, that tunnelway is almost in line with the foul pole, and anything inside that tunnelway, just from where I'm standing right now, should be a home run, and it's 2-3 rows inside that tunnel.
Yeah, it looks fair.
And Charlie and Dave next door probably had a better look at it than us because they have the angle right down the line, but I can't see that being overturned. And Bryce Harper's head probably spinning right now thinking, what do I got to do? But he saw it better than all of us, so he's probably not worried.
I didn't see any. Now they're showing the replays on the board, which is what they're supposed to do. And here comes the signal. Home run, 5-3 game. Bryce Harper goes deep for the first time this year.
And we got ourselves a ball game. So that was an official challenge by Redmond, and he's out of challenges, correct?
When you fail, that's it. And that's going to be it for his pitcher as well.
Watch the fastball in, and Harper just kind of runs right into it on the inner half. Drops the barrel on the baseball. You saw the big reach from Saltalamacchia. I don't even know if that was a strike. But a mid-90s fastball went out of here in a heartbeat. Bryce Harper checking in with his first jack of the year. And just like that, we got a game.
So Hand knocked out. What a blast by Harper.
Dogfight between Brad Hand and Bryce Harper. A 10-pitch battle. Started him out with a curveball. Then went the first fastball in the inner half. There's the second fastball in the inner half. Tries the curveball again. Bryce fouls it off. The fourth fastball on the inner half. Another one on the inside. Good take by Bryce. Another curveball. Another curveball. And here's the fastball right here. The payoff pitch. Boom. So one too many heaters on the inner half. And a 10-pitch home run for Bryce Harper. And easily the best at-bat we've seen this year.
I mean, literally right over the top of the foul pole.
It came in 94, left 102.
Jose Lobaton against Kevin Slowey here. Slowey, a longtime Minnesota pitcher with Miami for 14 starts, 20 games total last year.
So this year he's thrown 2 pitches, a fastball and a slider. And last year he featured fastball, slider, curveball, change.
Lobaton walked his first time up against against Brad Hand. 85 pitches, 54 strikes for Brad. Knocked out here in the 4th. Long before he could get credit for a possible win. Craig Stammen is in the on-deck circle. Lobaton has seen Slowey in the American League. He's 1 for 2 against him.
You know, sometimes it's not about mechanics or where your hands are, where your stance is. It's just about sticking your nose in there and fighting. That's exactly what Bryce Harper just did.
And Lobaton doing the same right here.
You think about, well, my hands are here, my shoulders here, I got to get my foot down, I'm missing this pitch. And when you have the makeup that that kid has, and still the youngest player in the major leagues, sometimes you just fight and you battle and you stick your nose in there and you win.
He just got a piano lifted off of his back.
Absolutely.
Lobaton up the middle, and to his left, Echeverria with a great jump and great range. 2 outs. And Craig Stammen will be the hitter here. Craig has pitched 2 1/3 scoreless innings on just 1 hit. 30 pitches, 20 strikes. So, odd situation where a reliever bats 2 consecutive innings.
Let's not all forget, still the youngest regular player in the major leagues, Bryce Harper. When Profar comes back from the Rangers off the DL, he'll be the youngest player. But right now, for regulars, Bryce Harper's still the youngest player in the bigs.
Stammen gone, but a big inning for the Nats. Well, we said a couple of times earlier, a long way to go in this one. LaRoche base hit, Zimmerman base hit, and the outfield checks in with a home run. The infielders have been hitting all of them, as Dan Colco told you earlier, and a 3-run bomb for Bryce. Well done. Top of the 5th inning. It's a new ball game here. 5-3 Miami. Craig Stammen's still in there. He's pitched 2 1/3. He'll take on Casey McGee, Jared Saltalamacchia, and Marcell Ozuna.
Oh, big inning for Stammen to get his ball club right back in the dugout and keep the momentum.
Into the Miami bullpen, of course, for the rest of the night as well. McGee base hit last time. He's 1 for 2. Well, Bryce put a buzz in the park, and you can hear him. Folks still talking about that monster shot they just saw. Good breaking ball by Craig Stammen. 1-1. Craig Stammen out of the bullpen last year figured in 13 decisions. 7 wins, 6 losses.
Kind of an interesting dynamic there that Mike Redmond, who probably had a good a view as anybody on that home run, being in the third base dugout. See where he's sitting right there. He's been there the whole game, looking right down the first baseline practically. Came out and used his challenge. And he did it immediately, Carp. You were on it. I don't think he waited for anybody in the clubhouse.
Bryce was between second and third base when he was on the field.
Maybe worth the risk when it's a 3-run homer. I don't know.
He stood there and respectfully, I should say, let Bryce score, and then he went out to first base. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ryan Zimmerman's going to have to back up. Whips it all the way across on a bounce, and Adam LaRoche saves the play for the first out in the 5th.
Well, that's the play that's going to give Ryan the most trouble. Anything going to his right, with that arm barking when he gets it up in his slot, there's not going to be a lot of strength to it. So any backhand play, anything going toward the base, regardless of how shallow he's playing, and look how shallow he was playing to guard that arm. You know, that's one that he can't get down and whip sidearm. When he throws it sidearm, it doesn't hurt. When he comes over the top like this, it hurts. Nice pick on the backside by LaRoche, and what a luxury Ryan Zimmerman has with that bad wing to have Adam LaRoche at first base.
Yeah, it always helps to have a wizard at the other end, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just get it in the vicinity, and he's going to help you out.
Saltalamacchia, no balls, 2 strikes. He was the first man Craig faced. Back in the 2nd. 2 on, 2 out. It was already 5-0, and he struck him out. Now he does it again. And suddenly, what a night Craig Stammen is having. Having gone 3 full innings here.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, and good morning to Gerald Saltalamacchia. Because if it's a good night, it's just good morning, good afternoon, and good night, or good morning. And I have no idea what I just said.
Yeah, I was going to say whatever you said.
That was just my first yogiism of the year.
All I'm worried about, 2 outs, bases empty. Here's Ozuna.
My point was, if it's a good night, you never say good night. It's just good morning, good afternoon, and good morning.
Okay.
It just didn't come out right.
I just hear a lot of good, and I like that.
Yeah. You know,
he's got that fastball running and diving all over the place.
There's a lot of pride in Ryan Zimmerman at third base, and a former Gold Glove winner who's as good as anybody with the glove. And it's just got to be hard for him to go out there with half an arm right now and try to get that thing over to first base. And you know, nobody feels worse than he does when it doesn't go where he wants it to. I just can't imagine, Carp, how hard that is to stand on a major league field and have that doubt on whether you can get it over there.
Yeah.
Because of what's happened. I mean, that's just a degenerative thing in his arm. Matt Williams was talking about the other day, and you know, eventually he's going to have to play first base full time because of that. But I mean, if you're a Nats fan, that's your guy. He's been here since day one. He's gone through all the bad times, and you need him if you want to do the things that you want to do this year.
Well, he's the one guy I thought about the most when we saw this team celebrating in 2012. I mean, Gio was going crazy. All the guys having a wonderful time. But the pure elation in the dugout on the face of Ryan Zimmerman was what made that night for me.
And I just can't imagine what he's going through right now. I just can't. I mean, I was an A-ball as a hitting coach, and I couldn't throw strikes in batting practice, and my arm was shot at the end of my career. I can't imagine being a Gold Glove quality third baseman, the face of the franchise, and one of the better players in the National League, and having to go through what he's going through on a nightly basis, just from a mental standpoint. I mean, it's a guy that cares, and I can't tell you how many times I've walked through the clubhouse, down past the cage, and he's in there by himself at 2:30 in the afternoon, throwing balls in the cage, trying to loosen that thing up and get it right. It's not like he just comes out here and says, I hope it works today. I mean, nobody works harder than Ryan Zimmerman, and nobody has more pride.
Here's the shortstop, Echeverria. Echeverria trying to bunt for a 2-out hit, which is unusual because in this situation a relief pitcher is on deck and nobody's warming up. For the Achiever and you, PNC Bank, with our minor league report, Steven Souza.
Big
last
day
season
today
with Harrisburg.
Check it out, Carp, today. 3 for 4, home run, 5 RBI.
And that was after a base hit, a walk. Last night, I saw where Zach Walters is hitting over 300.
Started at second base today. Got a couple of hits for Syracuse. They won 7-0. And Ryan Matthews has been their closer down there, doing a good job. So they're all ready. Call them all up.
Up there, down there, upstate New York, down on the farm, AAA. A lot of talent on that ball club. 0-2 to Echeverria, who's tripled in 2 trips tonight. Top of the 5th inning. Marlins 5, Nats 3. Target in. Got inside on him. Zimmerman, long throw. LaRoche, safe. Echeverria jumping to the bag at the last instant to make it there.
Matt Williams is just going to go for a stroll right here and buy time. That's all he's doing. He's going to walk out. I talked to him today about this, and he said, we talk about nothing. Like, I think I'm going to review. I'm just stalling for time. That's exactly what he says to the umpires. I'm going to turn around and look at my bench coach. He's talking to the clubhouse right now, and he's going to let me know. Very rarely do they talk about the play that just happened. And let's all take a look at it together. What do you got?
I got him safe.
I got him safe. And let's see, top step. We're looking for Randy Noyer. Randy, what do you got? Thumbs down.
Yeah, don't appeal. He was safe. And in this situation, you're facing the pitcher. Kevin Slowey will get an at bat here. But how about the throw by Ryan Zimmerman?
Great play. Echeverria can get it going down the line, especially smelling a hit. And Zimmerman going with a jump throw to the backhand side. Got some top spin on that hop. That wasn't an easy play, and throws it right on the money to Adam LaRoche. Good play. Good hustle by Echeverria, getting himself an infield knock.
Yeah, everybody did everything right. Stammen's got to get Slowey here, who's 3 for 34 as a big league hitter.
See, that had top spin on it. That was not an easy play. That last hop to Ryan got on him quicker than he thought. But the jump throw going away from the play and the arm strength was very impressive.
Ball 2. Craig has got to retire this man. You do not need to face Christian Yelich here in this situation where the Nats have just battled their way back into the game. And Stammen about to throw his 50th pitch, so he's about at his ceiling. And that's not even close. 3-0. Wow.
You know the scorecard on the bottom, you know how they show timeouts in football? We should have something down low that says reviews. You know, constantly how many you have left. Because the Marlins don't have any and the Nats still have one.
Kevin Slowey, 088 career hitter. He does have 2 career runs batted in. That's 3-2.
I mean, they should even do it on Major League scoreboards all over, right? Put something up there that says how many reviews each team has, or if they're out of reviews, or they have one left.
Do they do that in the NFL?
Yeah.
Gets the bat on the ball. Fortunately for the Nats, it's right at Rendon. And Craig Stammen closes out 3 1/3 innings of scoreless relief. Ahead, Denard Span against a former teammate from Minnesota.
Yelich leading the way with 3 knocks, a double, a couple of runs, and an RBI. Craig Stammen doing his thing out of the bullpen, but how about Bryce Harper? Got his ball club right back in the game with a 10-pitch gem against Brad Hand. The 10th pitch, a fastball. Look where Salter Lamacchia reached for that. I mean, it was almost on the white line of the left-handed batter's box. Pulled his hands in, went upper tank to electrify this crowd, electrify his dugout.
He almost smiled.
And he almost smiled. I don't think we've seen one this year from Bryce Harper, but you see the power zone right there. Couple of pitches in that dark red, but Bryce said, you know what, I don't need it in the red. I'll hit one out that's just in that little green strip on the outside.
Yeah, and he hit it right over the yellow pole. So here we go, bottom 5. Denard Span 0 for 1 with a walk, facing Kevin Slowey for the second time. Had a double against him last year. They were teammates in Minnesota up until 2 years ago. And that's a little roller by the mound. Bare hand play, and well done by Derek Dietrich.
Oh yeah, do or die right there for Dietrich, and he went bare hand on Denard Span. That looked like it had hit written all over it. And how impressive is the top of the order, the 2 young guys for the Marlins, Yelich and Dietrich. Yelich with 3 hits, Dietrich with a homer. Now that play on top of it. Kind of shoveled it over there, didn't really get the grip. It's a good young ball club. It really is.
Here's Anthony Rendon, 1 for 2. First time seeing Kevin Slowey in person. And Rendon in his 30th at bat of the season will collect his 13th base hit. He might be thinking 3 here. That ball dies in the corner. Stanton to the relay man. It's a 3-bagger for Rendon.
Unbelievable. I mean, some of his best at-bats this year have been with 2 strikes. Another hit with 2 strikes for Rendon. I mean, pulse check. This guy doesn't care if it's a 3-1 count or an 0-2 count. He just does the same thing. Take what the game gives you, fastball away. And you called it as soon as it just died in the corner. That had 3 bases written all over it. Goodness. Another 2-hit night for the Nats' second baseman tonight.
Yeah, he's not settling for anything just to fall in here and there. Second career triple. And a big run for Worth to drive in here. Fastball inside. Jason, only 1 RBI in the season through 26 ABs. But this one would get the Nats back to within a run. He's 0 for 3 career against Slowey. That'll be to the left side. Contact play. It's a 5-4 game.
Good at bat by Jason Worth. Hasn't had a lot of RBI opportunities so far this year and takes advantage right there. Just a simple ground ball to third, making this a 1-run game. Just going back to the Rendon at bat real quick. And I talk about maturity level all the time. The first pitch, the first strike to Rendon was up and in. You saw the body language from Anthony. He didn't like the call. A lot of young hitters will let strike 1 affect the rest of their at bat, meaning they can't get the bad call out of their head. He did, and he got a triple with 2 strikes.
And LaRoche goes up first pitch swinging. In the gap, that's Yelich. Nats strike quickly. They are blasting away and now pecking away at the lead, and they've gotten rid of 80% of that deficit.
We head to the top of the 6th. We're sure that first pitch to Anthony Rendon. And I want to make the point that a lot of young hitters and even a lot of veteran hitters let strike 1 affect the rest of that bat. Watch Rendon right there, the body language. He didn't like the call, right? So, you know, a little more high-strung guy thinks about that pitch. lets it affect his at-bat, is upset because he didn't get the call and he's behind 0-1. But with 2 strikes, Rendon, who we've seen is not really fazed by anything. I mean, when you think of one guy you'd want up there with the game on the line in Game 7 of the World Series, it might be this guy. Just regroups, slaps a triple down the right field line. Very mature stuff. And I'm speaking from experience. That's something that took me a long time in my career, is not to let that first strike, if it was a bad call, affect the rest of your at-bat. You see the power zone?
You might notice the red in that zone extends to the up and away area where he slapped that triple. So he got out there, kept it in the red, and pretty soon he was standing at third base, and suddenly he was in his dugout. So here we go, top of the 6th. Ross Detweiler takes over for the Nats. His last relief outing was a long one. Couple of innings against the Braves. He threw 49 pitches, 30 strikes in that 2-inning outing in the Nats' 6-2 loss on Saturday. Christian Yelich facing Ross for the first time. And the count's even 1-1. Time to get this guy out. What's he got against a left-hander?
Well, he's got 3 hits under his belt already, and as a hitter, when you got a good night already in the books, it allows you to relax, let the ball get deep, not pressing, not thinking about too much. So much of this game is mental. That's why I always bring it up in the course of a game. It's kind of like golf. It is what separates that leaderboard on a Sunday. All right, the Potomac Nats kick off their 2014 home season this week at Fitzner Stadium in Woodbridge, Virginia. Giveaways and promotions include 2014 magnet schedules, team posters, dollar hot dogs, fireworks, and kids run the bases during the game. No, I made that up. For tickets to see the Peanuts at the Fitz, call 703-590-2311.
3-2 pitch. Looked like all fastballs and a leadoff walk in the 6th inning. So Yelich aboard for the 4th time tonight. Marlins box. Well, they had 5 runs on 7 hits in the first 2 innings. Craig Stammen shut the door on them for 3 1/3, giving up only 2 hits and a walk and keeping them at bay. So hats off to Craig for a great start, cooling off a hot ball club. Here's Dietrich, 1 for 2 with a homer, a walk. And then he hit that hard line drive that Jason Worth caught out in right field. Dietrich also against Detweiler for the first time. And that one will hang up for Bryce Harper. He was battling the lights. And the outfielder starts flexing those knees and almost getting down into a crouch position. He's looking right into the bank of lights on the first base side.
And it's always those looping line drives that stay in the lights right about there, and then eventually comes out, as long as you don't panic. That's a great shot right there. The eyes wide open from Bryce Harper.
Giancarlo Stanton, 3 for 9 career with a home run against Ross Detweiler.
That's what he's thinking right there on the first pitch. I'll guarantee you that. And Detweiler with that good sinker away to righties. You remember as a starter when he threw that ball down the way, we'd see some really weird swings from right-handers. A lot of balls squibbing foul down the first baseline. That pitch suits him well right here against Stanton.
The ball was foul tip on 94. And the count 0-2.
trying to get that ball down away. Lobaton, the last 2 pitches is set up down and set up away. First one, Detweiler yanked across the plate, got a strike. That one he left up and right down the middle. Stanton on it.
Stanton tonight 1 for 3 with an RBI single back in the first. He got jammed. Having a look, Lobaton, but it is over the screen.
There's your photo of the night, and that is just scary. That's all that is.
Yeah, but what about the guy on the right?
Oh, let's just do that. That's a lot better. Was promised earlier in the game by AT&T. That's perfect, just like that.
So of all the photos we've received, that's the one we use. Who's picking these anyway? High fly ball, deep center, span back. The park's playing big, isn't it? 2 outs. Hate to think where that ball would have been in July.
The pitcher of me scared it in the park. Yeah, we've seen a lot of those in this homestand. Balls that will be taters when the weather warms up that aren't, and Ross had a little scare. Almost scared the mustache right off him.
Can of corn in the box score.
I mean, that's a police officer mustache. That's what that is.
Up the middle, pretty well placed. Desmond can't get to it. And now Yelich will scamper over to third with 2 outs. And the Marlins just continue to put pressure on the Nats. They've only gone 1-2-3 once tonight. That was Stammen against the bottom of their order back in the third.
How about the effort from Ian Desmond? About 4 steps on the right field side of second base. And I don't know if he'd have had a chance at Garrett Jones, but that's just selling out, folks. When you talk about guys playing hard every single day, that guy brings it every single day.
Still picking the turf and the dirt out between the fingers of his glove. Casey McGee is 1 for 4 career against Detweiler. In the series, 1 for 7 with a base hit tonight. And they are on the attack early in the count here against the Detweiler fastball.
You know, that's their philosophy. Be aggressive early in the count. Frank Menachino, their hitting coach, has had a great impact on this whole ball club, to where he said, we're going to keep it simple. We're not worried about what they're going to do to us. Let's worry about our strengths as hitters. And so many times you worry about, oh, he's got 2-seam fastballs, nasty slider, great changeup. You know, what do you do well as a hitter? And then just keep it simple. Okay, I'm looking for a fastball in. I don't care what this guy has. And he's got him buying into the philosophy of just taking what the game gives you. He said, you don't want to hear anybody griping about how big their home ballpark is. We're going to use the gaps. We're going to hit doubles. And it is what it is. Former teammate of mine in Oakland doing a great job for the Marlins. We actually switched off at second base for the A's in 2001. And you know, usually when that happens, you don't become good friends, but we became really, really good friends. And he's doing a great job.
2 balls, 1 strike. Breaking ball in the dirt. Or maybe the changeup. 3-1.
Might have been a changeup right there from Detweiler. Good block by Lobaton once again. Runner on third, saved a run.
Wow. Casey McGee doing a big job with runners in scoring position. They'll fly this one to right, and it's a routine play for Jason Worth. Detweiler gives up a walk and a hit, but these relievers keep the Marlins from scoring for the 4th consecutive inning.
There you go, Carp.
Dollar hot dogs tonight.
It's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Let's go back to the third inning. Marcell Ozuna with a routine 5-6-3 out. Little ricochet from Ryan Zimmerman over to Ian Desmond, and for his efforts, how about a high five? The face down prone version, I guess, of the glove high five. I love it.
Here we go, bottom of the sixth inning, our Freight Rail Works do-ups. And what Zimmerman, Desmond, and Harper have done career against the Marlins. Some of that damage tonight. Ryan 1 for 2. He had the base hit after the LaRoche single in the fourth. And then 1 out later, Bryce Harper went upper deck to make this a 5-3 game. The Rendon triple, the Worth grounder last inning, getting the Nats closer. Slowey with an 84-mile-an-hour slider that missed 2-0. Easy take upstairs.
Green light. 1-run game. Power here to the plate.
Ryan's 1 for 3 career with a triple against this right-hander. And around the knees for a strike.
Somebody just yelled replay.
Please. Please, no. We'll have to rename it cricket. Nats box. Rendon. What else is new? 8-game hitting streak. Single, triple. Harper the big blow. After the LaRoche Zimmerman hits in the fourth. Nats making the most of their hits tonight. 4 runs on 5 base hits. Zimmerman hammers one the other way. Heading away from Giancarlo. He can't get it. Hits the top of the wall. Zimmerman. Now he'll go to third as Stanton bobbled it. He was going to stop. And he's at third base with nobody out.
Well, that's got to be a double and an error on Giancarlo Stanton, because Zimmerman did stop at second, Carp, like you said, and then he dropped the ball and he kept going. Nice piece of hitting right here by the Nationals' third baseman. Gets a fastball right down Broad Street. You see that top hand rollover. And this ball just keeps slicing away from Stanton. Good chase by Stanton. It looked like he had a beat on it. And once the ball stayed in the park, you're thinking, well, that might be a triple. But when Stanton bobbled it, it turned a double into a triple. And a leadoff man on third. Down by 1. You see him right there. He was going to stop. Starts up the engines again. Just a little downshift.
Infield back, so anything beyond the reach of the pitcher or the third baseman here ties the game. See how quickly Ian Desmond can make this happen. Nice tight late breaking slider.
And see, this is a count where Ian Desmond would be well served to go Yadier Molina mode, meaning spread out and just play pepper with the infield back and tie this ball game up. We saw him do that a lot last year, but that's how you drive in 100 runs. Take what the game gives you with the infield back. Just try to hit a ball to second base and come back to the dugout a hero.
Little tapper. That's going to get the job done, and he might beat it out. Tie game. It took a while, but the Nats are back even.
Down 5-0. Start this one all over again. Ian Desmond in a 2-strike count, just putting the ball in play. And what do I always say? Put the ball in play with 2 strikes, good things happen. And not only did he get Ryan Zimmerman in, he got the go-ahead run on with nobody out. What a comeback by the Washington Nationals. I mean, you just don't see teams come back at the major league level down by 5. Not very often, at least.
Left-hander revving it up in the Miami bullpen. Slowey is done, and Dan Jennings will get the call. So the Nationals have all the momentum. The lead runs on base. How good does that sound after the way this one started? I think the Nats should take the lead here in the 6th inning. After that early 5-0 deficit, 5-5 ball game. The big blow by Bryce Harper. But there are other things you have to look at here, too. How about the job of Craig Stammen? 3 innings plus out of the bullpen to keep this thing where it was.
And you just kind of had a feeling, even though the Marlins jumped out to a 5-0 lead, the Nats were in this baseball game. But I think Nats fans finding out a lot about their 2014 version and what kind of fight they have. Down 5-0, you could have very easily packed it in and say, well, you know, we got Steven Strasburg going for us tomorrow. We'll give him tomorrow. And we've seen teams do that in the past, but you're seeing some resiliency, some fight, and I think a direct reflection of their new manager, Matt Williams, watching them just jump right back into this ball game. And like I said, going to break, you usually don't see teams come back from a 5-0 deficit at the highest level. It's been fun to watch. What a ride.
Well, Dan Colco, somebody had to step up, and finally Bryce Harper seized the moment.
He did, Bob. You know, down here at field level, you hear a lot of stuff next to the dugout. And over Harper's last handful of at-bats, you've heard tons of attaboys, lots of come-on Harps. They've really been trying to build his confidence, which has been pretty low. And it worked that last at-bat, and there you see him stay inside the ball and rip one to left.
It is ripped to left. Yelich cuts it off. Harper will settle for a single. And now the lead run is at third base with nobody out.
Well, I'm sure, Dan, you heard some other choice words down there in the dugout, too. But right now, you feel like Bryce Harper's a new man with that 3-run home run. And to me, this is a better sign than the home run itself, staying on the ball, going the other way. And that's what he was practicing early today, going the other way. And first and third, nobody out. Tie ball game. Game on.
Left-hander Dan Jennings appeared in the ballgame last night, came in the 6th, struck out Danny Espinosa, the only man he faced. So fairly hittable at 273. And now if the Nationals can take the lead with 3 innings to go, this totally turns around the whole bullpen situation on the night. And you've got your bullpen all set up to try to nail down a ball game. Lobatone bats from the right side. 0 for 1 with a walk tonight. Hasn't faced Jennings before. Oh, that was a nice piece of contact by Bryce Harper. Last 2 times up, he has just punished the ball.
He and Desmond creeping down the line looking for a move to first base. I mean, that would take aggressive to a whole new level with nobody out if he decided to go on the move to first. But he was way down the line right there.
Lobaton looking for his first Washington RBI. Desmond 20 feet down the line. Off-speed pitch outside. 2-0.
Yeah, first and third, nobody out. Good teams think about a big inning right here. They just don't think about getting ahead by one. They're thinking about putting up a crooked number, 2, 3, 4 runs, having a big rally.
Target away. Way inside. He missed about 3 feet or so from where Saltalamacchia was set up. Kevin Franzen, reliable veteran, great guy to have in there. With the left-hander on the mound, Marlins aren't warming anybody else up. Their bullpen is a little tired right now. And Drew Storen is waiting for the top of the 7th. Taking all the way, Lobaton, 3 balls, 1 strike.
Well, that 3-0 low strike to Ryan Zimmerman was probably the best thing that happened to the Nats all night. Kept him in the batter's box, and he let it off with a double in an air, getting all the way to third.
And a chopper to the pitcher. He boots it, and the Nationals have the lead. Looked like an easy play for Jennings. Might have gotten in a hurry, and everything is going the home team's way.
Well, that has to do with the aggressive nature of the Washington Nationals. It's going to make defenses do things they normally don't do and make them rush plays. You got speed on the bases, and Ian Desmond at third. And watch Jennings right here. He peeked to see if Desmond is going. He saw him going. Watch him take his eye off the baseball to look at the runner right there. Didn't look it into his glove, and that was the difference.
Still nobody out. Franzen, the pinch hitter. Kevin Franzen has faced Dan Jennings before. He's 0 for 2. Contact both times. Could be bunting here. Lefty-lefty matchup next with Denard Span.
Yeah, I think he might be swinging here just because of that. Harper looking to go at second. And he's back in the box too. That always tip you off what a hitter's going to do if you're looking. Usually when they bunt, they get up in the box. Franzen got his back foot on the line.
Franzen will just kind of level off and guide it to center. Not deep enough for anybody to advance. Easy play, Ozuna. 1 out. Top of the order, Denard Span. Of course, that ball handled by the pitcher and air all the way. I don't see where they have given Lobaton an RBI on that. And Denard Span will watch that one miss. He is 1 for 1 career with a single against Jennings.
I mean, you can't assume even if he catches that he's going to get Desmond at the plate, can you? That should be an RBI either way.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I was looking at it. And that could get posted at some point.
I'm posting it on my scorecard right now.
Well, Denard, despite hitting under 200, doing quite well when it counts to get guys home. He's got to count at 1-1 here.
That little move that Denard's doing this year that he didn't do last year, where he kind of sits and turns his front shoulder as the pitch is coming, that's something when you're facing a guy out of the stretch that's quick to the plate that could mess with your timing. You got to get it out of the way quick so that you're set to hit. When a guy's in a windup, you have a lot of time to kind of sit down, turn your front shoulder like he does, get your hands back. It's called his load, but when you have a guy in the stretch, you see him right here, he's open, hands up.
Up the middle, base hit. Now they've been playing shallow, so Bob Henley will hold the runner, has to. Ozuna has a good arm. They were playing really shallow against Span, but who would you want at the plate right now on the Nationals with the bases loaded, 1 out, and a left-handed pitcher on the mound?
That guy?
The answer is coming in right here.
Nice at bat by Denard Span. Gets the foot down early, gets his load out of the way quick, just a little ground ball up the middle, and I've been saying all series, I mean, they're playing Denard Span so shallow. They're playing him shallower than the pitcher. So good hold by Bob Henley there. Good throw by Ozuna. And Bryce Harper would have been out by 10 feet had he set him.
Well, it won't be the left-hander Jennings. The Nats getting deeper and deeper into the Miami bullpen. Rendon. A bicycle race for the racing presidents in the Geico President's Race tonight.
Little Capital Bike Share working.
Pretty in pink. Looks like the only pink bicycle ridden by Teddy. He's a smooth rider tonight.
So I'm being told that Jefferson hasn't won yet this year. His birthday is Sunday, the 13th.
Yeah, they're getting a little concerned out at Monticello. A lot of unrest in the village.
It'll be his 271st birthday, so happy birthday.
I think he looks great. Archimedes Caminero. I'll tell you about him pitching in a moment. Derek Dietrich has moved to third. Casey McGee is out on the double switch. And the younger of the Solano brothers, Donovan, is in to play second base. There's Archimedes Caminero. Nats saw him a time or two last year, 26 years of age. 13 games for the Marlins last year, 12 strikeouts in 13 innings.
Got a good fastball, averages mid-90s.
Rendon. That one gets away, but the runners all have to stay home. Man, you got to make sure if you're a trail runner, you don't force your guy off the bag in front of you. And so doing a good job on that was Lobaton at second and Span at first.
Well, this just goes with the situation. I mean, you realize who's up. No need to take a chance with one out. I mean, 2 outs and say the pitcher hitting right there and you're Bryce Harper. That's a good time to go ahead and roll the dice and see if you make it. Rendon up, not so much.
Rendon will pop it up. It's a shortstop over there. Echeverria to grab it. 2 outs.
Well, Jason Worth hasn't had a lot of RBI opportunities in this season yet. And right now he's got an RBI ground out and runners everywhere.
Harper singled. Lobaton reached on the fielder's choice. Span a base hit. And now it'll take a 2-out hit by Jason Worth to make it a huge inning. It's already a big inning with the Nats on top. 3 in the 4th, a run in the 5th, and 2 here in the 6th. Tailing fastball misses up and in. Jason's the kind of guy who might say, yeah, I'm eager to drive in some runs, but I want to see if this raw, hard-throwing right-hander can throw me a couple of strikes. We'll see. Rendon swung at the first strike he saw. Target in. And that ball is hit hard to deep center. But Ozuna is there. And the Marlins will wiggle out of a big-time jam. The Nats, though, scored 2 to take a 6-5 lead. Is presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Washington Nationals.
6-5 Nats heading to the top of the 7th inning. Drew Storn on. And remember, our Washington, D.C. Lexus dealers are donating $250 to the Children's National Medical Center for every home run a Nats player hits this season. So Bryce Harper, $250. Jason Worth tried right there. Keep them coming. It's a wonderful cause. Lexus, the pursuit of perfection.
Up to the bullpen now. It took the Nats 4 innings to get back even and to take the lead after falling behind 5-0 in the second. Drew Storn 2/3 of an inning here last night. He came on in the 7th. Got Reed Johnson, got Greg Dobbs. He'll start things off with Jared Saltalamacchia right here, who has never faced him.
And a fastball slider change from Storm.
Target away, that means heater. It's up, ball 1. Saltalamacchia tonight, a walk and 2 strikeouts. Yeoman work by the bullpen so far. Stammen and Detweiler 4 1/3, 3 hits, no runs.
You know, the fastball averages 93. The breaking ball is his slider at 81, and the changeup he throws 6% of the time at 86 miles an hour.
And a ball hit a ton out to right center. Span can only watch it, and this game is tied. Saltalamacchia with a bomb through the cool April night. That's his 79th career home run, first this year.
Well, we talk about how important it is to get ahead of hitters. You fall behind a power guy like Saltalamacchia 2-0. He knows what's coming, a fastball. And it was belt high right down the middle. And on a cold night, that ball was hit a ton.
Now storing a first pitch slider to Marcelo Zuna, who had a base hit against Drew last night, first man he faced. And he's fallen behind 2-0 again. Fastball's first hitter. Breaking balls here.
Yeah, Zuna, good fastball hitter too.
And a 2-hopper, belt high for Ian Desmond. Throw sailed on him a bit, little cutter over to first, and LaRoche had to reach to grab it.
No panic, you got that guy at first.
Number 8 man is Adeiny Echeverria. He's had a good night. 2 for 3, triple single. And Ryan Zimmerman made another play to take a hit away from him. And he ran the fastball nicely in on his hands. Not too late to become a season plan holder. Great ones still available. The lowest prices, exclusive season plan holder benefits. 202-675-NATS or nationals.com/2014 and join the thousands of Nationals fans who always know when they have tickets to the ball game.
You come to the game, you bring your glove, you get yourself a souvenir. Nicely done.
No balls, 2 strikes to Echeverria. And there is a slider, belt high, right down the middle. Obviously thinking something else, unable to react. 2 outs, Mercedes-Benz will track it.
Well, that's a difference in getting ahead in the count and falling behind the count. 0-2 count right here, so Storm can get to his slider for strike 3. You know, as a reliever, you can't get to your out pitch if you fall behind. And by working ahead right there, he goes to the killer slider that locks Echeverria up for strike 3 looking.
Here's 26-year-old Donovan Solano, the kid brother of Jonathan, the Nats catcher at Syracuse. And a breaking ball misses. Donovan played 102 games last year, hit 249, 361 at bats, 295 the year before that.
Good hitter, sprays the ball all over the place. Tough out.
.93 on that hard sinker with wicked movement. So Nationals Park, 5th home game of the year. Nats are 2-2 here. Down big early, came back to tie it, took the lead. Now it's back even at 6-6. And Drew suddenly has some giddy up and run on that fastball. One of my best memories of last year was sitting down with Donovan and Jonathan in Miami. We interviewed them for Nats Extra one night before the game. Both talked about their brother and some of the crazy things they had to do to get out of Barranquilla, Colombia, riding trucks through jungles to go get a chance to play baseball somewhere and get away to a better life.
Well, that's how Jonathan got the nickname the Onion, right?
Yeah, onion truck. Three-2. High riding fastball. Donovan originally drafted by St. Louis at the age of 16 back in 05. He was in their organization up until 2 years ago. And Jonathan, we've seen plenty of him at the major league level. He'll be 29 in August. Nationals signed him at the age of 20 back in 05. 3-2 pitch. Well placed fastball outside edge.
He's a tough out. He'll fight you.
Yeah, Jonathan made it to a tryout camp in Venezuela on that onion truck.
Probably didn't smell too good.
We'll sign you, okay?
Just leave us alone.
3-2 to Donovan. Great pitch, 94, had him reaching. But the leadoff homer and an absolute bomb on a night like this from Saltalamacchia ties the game at the 7th inning stretch. By PNC Bank for the achiever in you. And that ball's halfway to Ocean City, Maryland. Put your vacation days to good use in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at OCOcean.com. Bryce could only stand and watch and hope. Give it a little body English. And then around the bases for a 3-run shot.
Look at the crowd in the background. That was great.
LaRoche, Zimmerman, Desmond against Archimedes, Caminero here in the bottom of the 7th. Adam tonight 1 for 3, base hit last time. Set the stage for the 4th inning rally. He fell behind both Rendon and Worth with the bases loaded, and then each swung at the first strike he saw, popping up and flying out respectively. LaRoche has worked it 2-0. Nasty sinking action there. Ball 3.
And if you missed it last year, Archimedes Caminero, his dad got his name out of an algebra book. And he named it after Greek mathematicians Archimedes and Euclid. Teammates call him Cammy. Keep it simple.
Coming to you. Reflexes.
From Santo Domingo, 26 years of age. Marlins signed him back in May of 05. When he was 17 years of age. 3-2 pitch. And he had LaRoche reaching there. Garrett Jones to the pitcher for the first out.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit nationals.com for details.
Just a few more than you possess.
400.
Tyler Clippard for the 8th. Marlins will have the top of their batting order up, so they'll have some tough lefties to deal with in front of Giancarlo Stanton. If you're thinking about Jerry Blevins, he only threw 9 pitches in his outing last night. So Ryan's had a good night. Hot shot off the glove of the shortstop, and then that double over the reach of Stanton last inning. Went to third when Giancarlo bobbled it, scored the tying run. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Some heat right there, 96. And he throws a cutter at 89. I think that's what had LaRoche out in front, and he's got a split at 89 too, so that could have been a split as well.
Minor leagues, 384 strikeouts in 332 career innings. Just not much reaction time. Ryan able to spot that one heading high, and the count even, 2-2. Nationals have beaten the Marlins 10 of the last 11 in this ballpark.
Good idea, the split right there. 90 miles an hour. That's a good take.
Well, that's the pitch he threw to LaRoche on 2-0. Got Adam to swing, turned the whole bat around.
Yeah, I swung at that in my mind. Right over the top.
Look out. Right past where Dan Coco is stationed down there near our cameras.
Daniel live. That take you out. Where is he? There he is. All right.
A lot of thumbs up. See, everybody now Matt looks over and like 8 guys are giving him the thumbs up on those appeals.
Got a lot of Secret Service around him.
3-2.
Serious posse down there, Dan. All right.
Look out here.
Ugly finder. Spinning right at you at home. Look out.
I got an email from a fan today saying we owe him $100 for his carpet after that dirty shot last night. And there's a fastball up. Great at bat by Ryan Zimmerman. We had that dirt flying right into everybody's living room over there on that base hit. It's all captured by our cameras down there, right behind Bryce Harper, who's on deck as Ian Desmond steps in here, bottom of the 7th.
All right, let's get some times and see if you can run on this guy. I remember being pretty slow to the plate last year.
Desmond, little dribbler for an RBI down the third baseline last time up to tie the game. Then he scored on the fielder's choice error by Kevin Slowey. Gave the Nats the lead. The Saltalamacchia home run has tied things up. Desmond late, and that'll get out of play.
And Caminero pretty quick to the plate. 1-4 right there. And for Ryan Zimmerman, maybe on an off-speed pitch if he knows it's coming and they kind of forget about him over there at first.
Held on to that one, and Saltalamacchia with a nifty backhand pick. Zimmerman at first base with 1 out.
I'm surprised they haven't just thrown over to let Ryan know they haven't forgotten about him.
And Desmond can't get it. That one diving down and in on it.
Nasty split.
2 down. It's up to Harper.
Check out the sequence to Ian Desmond from Caminero. Now, this guy's got a live arm. There's no doubt about it. First pitch heater, 94 down the zone. Desmond didn't like the call. Then 96 on the black. Like a slider right there at 88. Then drops a nasty split that went down and into Desmond for strike 3.
Nissan on the sequence. Harper, 2 great at bats in a row here. Bryce something to build on now. The 3-run homer and then an opposite field single when he attacked early in the count. Takes that one. He's ahead here. So 2 hits, 3 RBIs tonight.
Bigger lead for Zimmerman. And they saw it.
Yeah, he might be in scoring position now the way Bryce has come alive. Outfield slightly to pull. At least in left and center they are. Stanton pretty much straight away and right.
There's that split again.
Well, even if you throw that thing up a little bit, still a neutralizer.
You see the split rotation, the tumbling action just underneath the bat of Bryce Harper.
I marvel at how even on the X mode it dives so quickly. Outside the bag, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You would think he'd go back to that split after that fastball in. That's been the out pitch so far. Not a bad count to run on right here if you're Ryan Zimmerman. Worst thing that happens is Bryce Harper leads off the 8th.
I find it interesting that before Bryce hit the home run 3 innings ago, he fouled off a whole bunch of pitches the other way. Staying on the ball, not trying to roll everything over. And then they tried to come in, and it was adios.
Well, sometimes when you're struggling, Carp, the more pitches you see, you're working on things every pitch. You're doing homework. You're thinking, well, it's just a little late there. Just get it down earlier. And the more pitches you see, you start to get your rhythm a little bit. You start to see the release point. start to get in that flow a little bit. And there's the split.
Yep. Caminero, impressive. Didn't start the season in their bullpen, just called up today, and he has gotten them 5 big outs.
It's what everybody in town's talking about, so we're going to show you Ryan Zimmerman. Well, that and flowers on trees. Ryan Zimmerman throwing in his arm from third base and how it's feeling. First play, check. This play right here is going to be the tough one for him because he can't really drop down when you go to your right and go backwards. But I thought this one right here, tremendous arm strength on the jump throw across the diamond. Echeverria, who runs well, just beat it out. But he's looked good at the plate, and he's looked good at third base tonight.
And he's back in the lineup, collecting 2 hits and scoring 2 runs, plus a walk. Here's Tyler Clippard. Last night, Tyler pitched a scoreless 8th, lined out Echeverria, struck out Baker and Stanton. He'll face one of those here. But before that, with Giancarlo in the hole, he's got to face 2 left-handers who've been all over the bases tonight. Christian Yelich, 3 for 3 with a walk, 2 runs and RBI. Yelich is 1 for 3 career against Clippard with a double. Zimmerman even with the bag at third. 77 missed.
That's the curveball from Clippard. It'll be in the 70s. The changeup in the low 80s. The split in the low 80s. And the fastball 93-ish.
There's a dandy changeup at 81. Hitter waiting and waiting and still couldn't hold back.
Well, he dropped the Bugs Bunny change right out of the gate. 1-0 count. He's thinking Yelich is swinging. He guessed right. Yelich didn't. Good pitch. Clippard slipped a couple of times already. In just 3 pitches. First pitch, he had a little trip off the mound. Changeup was all right, and he just slipped again right there.
Nats have walked 4 batters tonight.
Well, the breaking ball would be the curve ball and the split.
(3-1) here. And Yelich will take it out of play to the left side. By the way, the Mets threatened late tonight. They were down 4-0 all night, got 3 in the 9th. Kimbrel had to come on and get the save, and the Braves beat New York. So right now Atlanta sits at 5-3 like the Marlins are. The Nats are at 5-2.
The Nats magic number 158.
Something like that. Brewers have a big lead in the ninth. It's like 9-4 at Philadelphia. Wow. Tyler Clippard threw 2 pitches in that at bat. Very close, and he takes a long look into Dan Bellino. And the leadoff man has been walked.
Well, he went for the punch out right there with the 3-2 changeup to Yelich. It just faded far enough away to where he took it based on the location and not the speed. And Yelich having a great night on base 5 times, 2 walks, 3 hits.
And when you think about Clippard's off-speed stuff to left-handed batters, a definite running threat in a situation like this. Dietrich has walked and homered. He's hit the ball on the button 3 times. Yelich 1 steal tonight, 2 for 2 on the season. Dietrich against Clippard, career 0 for 1.
I let him swing away right here. You take the bat out of Stanton's hands if he bunts. Yeah, I think you got to play it straight up, because I mean, if you bunt him, yeah, you get the go-ahead run and scoring position, but then you just probably walk Giancarlo Stanton.
Would that keep Yelich from running?
Well, I don't think so, because you still have a chance to move him to third with the guy in the batter's box right now if he steals early in the count. Then you bunt, meaning bunt him to third if he steals second.
Runner holding, 1-1 pitch, fouled.
You know, we talk about the Clippard changeup all the time, and it's the fork or the split, whatever you want to call it, with 2 strikes is good, but everything is off of his fastball. When you think back, and when Tyler Clippard's at the top of his game, it's all about getting strike 1 with the fastball. It's about when he locates the fastball and has confidence in that pitch. You know, he'll elevate it with 2 strikes, but when he's hitting his spots at 94, that's when everything else works.
Target in. Does that mean fastball?
Well, I've seen him throw the changeup in. Very close.
Yeah, he didn't throw a changeup to first that time. He let it fly over to LaRoche.
What do you got right here?
Ooh.
Just got in there. No challenge for Matt Williams. I mean, you have an opportunity to pitch out right here if the runner shows you that he's raring to go. Didn't see anything right there on that throw over.
Tie ball game, top of the 8th. And a swing and a miss on a high changeup. Yelich still at first base, 1 out.
Yeah, 83 miles an hour on the changeup right here from Clippard. Just floated in there, pulled the string, parachute, whatever you want to call it, to get strike 3. But here's the matchup of the night. Tie ball game, 8th inning. Giancarlo Stanton at the plate with a runner aboard.
Tyler struck him out in the 8th inning last night in a 3-0 game before the Nats put it on ice with 2 in the bottom of the inning. Stanton 3 for 13 career against Tyler with 8 strikeouts. And that's that breaking ball of his that just got away. Kind of backed up into the right-handed helmet area.
Well, what you're thinking if you're Clippard is this guy can hit it a mile, and I'm going to throw the greatest curveball ever for strike one. He overthrew it, squirted out, almost hit him.
.94 right out to the end of his bat.
Good pitch, well located, outer half.
And the changeup dives down and in.
Well, if you go heater right here, you better hit a spot.
Another changeup.
Didn't even flinch.
That's a swing on what would have been ball 4. And the count goes full.
I mean, you can read swings right now if you're Tyler Clippard, and Stanton's looking to yank. I mean, he couldn't hold up right there because he's thinking fastball down the middle. I'm going to hit this thing on the concourse. And just by the way he checked swing right there, you can go back outside if you want with that fastball on a 3-2 count as long as you locate it.
Marlins have not grounded into a double play yet. 3-2, runner holding.
Perfect pitch, 95. Stanton's susceptible on the inner half when you have a 2-seam fastball that sinks and runs on his hands. If you have a 4-seamer like Clippard, you have to try to shave off that outside corner. And that's just what he did at 95.
Can't challenge this guy to the pull side, can you? Late in the ball game.
Not with a 4-seam fastball, you can't.
And Stanton not biting. 2 walks around a strikeout. And the lead runs at second base with a righty-lefty matchup coming here with Garrett Jones.
Well, pretty good matchup right here. Let's check it out. Tyler Clippard versus Giancarlo Stanton. Look out. First pitch curveball got away. Well located 94 for strike 1. Then he goes with the dead fish changeup. Takes it. Another changeup. Takes it. Fastball on the black, check swing, 3-2 count, perfect fastball, 95. Stanton fouls it off, and then the 3-2 fastball not close for ball 4.
It brings in their cleanup man, Garrett Jones, who's 2 for 3 with a sac fly tonight. Career, he's 0 for 8 against Clippard, but he's made contact 7 times. And that one just a little flare on a play left side.
Every once in a while as a hitter, you keep your head down so long you have no idea where the ball went. Garrett Jones right there fouled that ball off and was trying to find it. And it's an empty feeling because you're not sure if it's fair. And what you generally do is listen to the crowd. They'll let you know if it's fair or not. But watch, he has no idea where this ball went. Where is it? Is it fair? Where is it? I'll just play it off like I know where it was.
Ground ball, and hits the bag. Goes down the right field corner. Yelich will score. Stanton coming around, coming home. Play at the plate. He is out on a good tag by Lobato.
Rendon's got some kind of arm, doesn't he?
And we may get a challenge. Well, he can't challenge, right? He's 0 for 1. Didn't he challenge earlier and it was turned down?
He did, but he's going to say that maybe Lobato was blocking the plate.
Maybe just an argument here.
Without the ball. Yeah, he's just arguing. Unless the catcher is in possession of the ball, the catcher cannot block the pathway of the runner as he is attempting to score. The runner shall be declared safe if the catcher violates this position. And now they're talking about it.
Yeah, Dan Bellino's going to walk down and talk to Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief.
So he's going to ask the umpires to talk it over and maybe review it themselves.
Obviously, the home crowd's not going to be happy about this.
I mean, great relay right here. Worth gets rid of it quick, gets it to the gun of Anthony Rendon. Look at this throw right on the money.
He's not blocking home plate. He was reaching for a throw and then trying to make a tag.
Now, are we going to look at the tag? It looks like he got him on the arm right there. So tag's good. Ball secure. And he stepped across to make the tag right there. So he wasn't straddling home plate. What you can't do as a catcher is while the throw's on the way, straddle home plate and make the runner deviate from his line. And I don't think Lobaton did that. He caught the ball out front and reached back. And after further review, out. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's the thing that's been kind of lost in all of this. Even after all the appeals have been used up, you can still go out and argue and try to get the umpires to themselves have a look at it.
I said I wasn't going to talk about it anymore, and I'm trying really hard not to.
74th outfield assist in the career of Jason Worth, first of the year. Then Rendon, the gun. This is Greg Dobbs. He's hitting for the pitcher, Caminero, who came in and did a fantastic job for the Marlins. Greg Dobbs is 1 for 11 career against Tyler Clippard.
Yeah, leadoff walks have a tendency to score late in tie games. And the 3-2 fastball to Christier, the changeup, excuse me, to Yelich, might have been the pitch of the night as far as what they decide to go with and the location of the pitch. That was a huge pitch.
And now that the Marlins have the lead, bullpen situation turns around in their favor. Great changeup by Clippard there. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and Greg Dobbs has another strike to work with. Carlos Marmol is in their bullpen. The former wild-armed closer of the Cubs is their setup guy for their side-winding ninth-inning guy, Steve Cishek. As mentioned earlier, the 1 for 11 by Dobbs does have a couple of RBIs, 5 strikeouts. One of the best pinch hitters in the game. And a 2-2 strikes him out with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, just 1 hit in the inning. And now with the cherry blossoms in full bloom, it's a 7-6 Miami lead.
the bottom of the 8th inning. Now it's time for Toyota K's for Kids. The DC area Toyota dealers want to help children and their families by making a donation of $37 to the Children's Inn at NIH for every strikeout by a Nats pitcher this season.
Carlos Marmol signed as a free agent back on the 11th of February. I mean, right in the middle of spring training, serving as the Marlins setup guy right now for Steve Cishek. They've got a good closer. We'll see if this guy, who used to have unbelievable control problems with the Cubs, can get the ball to Cishek. I remember a ball game here a couple of years ago when he was pitching. Remember, I think Worth was on second base. There was one player for the Cubs on the left side of the infield. They let Worth go to third base. Just let him go, and then on the next pitch, Marmol threw a wild pitch, and the Nats won the game.
Yeah.
He just had all kinds of crazy stuff happen in his time in Chicago because of his erratic control.
He's a 5-pitch guy. Slider, 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 and a slider.
And about a 10-location guy. Lifetime coming into this year, 730 strikeouts, 385 walks.
He's a slider.
Ball one. Jose Lobaton against Carlos Marmol for the first time.
I mean, you have to make him throw strikes if you're the Nationals right now. Fastball averages 93, slider 84.
So that hard slider inside. And some hitters, first time they see a fastball, they are hacking.
Yeah, got a good pitch right there, just a little bit quick. Nate McLouth on deck, waiting to do his thing.
That is well hit by Lobaton to left, but it backs up Yelich. One out. There have been a lot of loud outs in this one tonight. So Nate McLouth for Tyler Clippard.
Win autographed Nats memorabilia for Masson all week long. Just be sure to follow Masson on Twitter and use hashtag MassonNationals in your tweets to be automatically entered to win. I think I saw a Drew Storen autograph ball in there today. Denard Span autograph ball the other day. It's good stuff on there.
So here's Nate. And McLouth has seen Marmol a lot. You got to like this. 5 out of 7 against him. 2 doubles, 2 home runs, and a walk. They saw a lot of each other in the NL Central.
Good take. Saw the slider early.
And Nate McLouth as a pinch hitter, 0 for 2. As a National, 0 for 5 with a couple of walks. And that hit him. Ooh, that's got to hurt. Right around the front knee there. Looked like it got him above the shin guard. And he's aboard, hurting for certain with 1 out.
Hey, you come off the bench, you need a base runner down by 1. That's the kind of player that Nate McLouth is, and that fires me up. Didn't try to move at all. Slider sliding right off his leg. Where'd it get him? Looked like it got him on the guard there.
I don't know.
But if that doesn't get your guard, Carp, and get you on the shin, it looked like it did get the shin right there. Anybody that's ever got kicked in the shin, multiply that by about 5, and that's what Nate McLouth is feeling at first base right now.
Here's Denard Span. He's never faced Marmol. I'm sure he's heard about him. And that was a wide throw to first.
Carp, I talked to Nate McLouth in spring training, and he said the way he steals bases is he does video homework. He watches every reliever on every team, every starter, and he finds something in their move to where he can get an extra step. That's why his percentage throughout his career has been so good. Marmol's super quick to the plate, but McLouth told me that he doesn't really worry about times with pitchers so much as tendencies and rhythms and maybe something they give away. So a true student of the stolen base, Nate McLouth, does tons of video homework, and you see the percentage to back up what I'm talking about right now. That's pretty good.
Well, he's been doing his homework for a long time because he's always been a great base stealer. I don't know if they had videotape in high school, but he was 180 for 181. Turned down a baseball scholarship at Michigan to sign with the Pirates. Good speed at first, good speed in the batter's box here. That's down by a run, bottom of the 8th. Span bunting for a hit. He's got one. And the ball is thrown down the right field line. McLeod to third. Span to second.
The bunt is such a weapon. I don't know why people don't use it more. I mean, you see all heck breaking loose right there, and it's all Denard Span did was lay down a simple base hit bunt to third base. And you could tell as soon as this ball hit and checked up, it was going to be a hit. And I'm surprised there was even a throw. And you watch Nate McLeod go all the way to third base, but you see it check up right there. And the ball is just thrown down the right field line by Dietrich, who played second all day and was a shortstop in college. Now finds himself at third base. And he throws the ball away in a huge error by the Marlins, and the Nats looking to take advantage of a big-time break.
Well, the one thing that can undo a ball club that plays hard, has a lot of good young players, is defense. The Marlins have the most errors in the National League. This is their 9th game of the year, and counting 3 tonight, they've made 11 already.
Well, that's just a young mistake based on the fact that Denard Span was safe. There was no need to make the throw right there. Worst case scenario is it's first and second, one out. Dietrich, being a young player, would have been better served to hold on to that baseball, because as soon as it hit the ground and checked up, Span was safe.
Well, here's Anthony Rendon coming in.
I mean,
he's 2 for 4 tonight.
What else could you want in a baseball game? I mean, it's all happened tonight. We've had 46 appeals, a 3-run home run over the foul pole.
I got a great idea for something you'd want on top of all this. No bottom of the 9th. It could happen. They're going to walk Rendon and go right-handed with Worth.
Huh.
How about the respect for Anthony Rendon here?
Well, how about the disrespect for Jason Worth? And
Let's
that's the way, excuse me, Carp, that's the way you have to take it on the on-deck circle. Really?
Here's Worth's numbers against Marmol, FP. 1 for 4 career, but 4 walks. So there have been times when Marmol couldn't throw Jason a strike.
Well, obviously Mike Redmond likes the slider versus Worth better than he likes it versus Rendon, but and veteran guys will tell you, not that you need to get fired up for a big at-bat, but when you walk somebody to get to you, if you're not fired up, you shouldn't be playing baseball.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Worth flied out back in the 6th after Rendon popped up. So right now, the tying runs at third. The lead runs at second. Soriano's warming up in the bullpen. And a lot of wheels are turning in the bottom of the 8th inning in what's already been over a 3.5-hour affair.
Well, next year in the winter, if Masson has 4 hours to kill, this is going to be a Nats classic.
Marmol gets the call outside corner. Worth didn't agree.
And that might be the last fastball he sees. The only problem with the slider, Carp, you covered it already.
You can throw it away.
You can throw it to the screen.
There it goes! Left center! Heading for the bullpen! Worth a grand slam!
Instant classic.
Well, the outfield checks in with another home run tonight.
That is why Jason Worth was brought to D.C. for at-bats like that. And when you walk somebody to get to a veteran that has pride, like Jason Worth does, I'm telling you, folks, he took that personally, and the Miami Marlins paid the ultimate price, a grand slam home run. Wow. If you don't like that, you don't like baseball. I can't help you.
His first with the Nats, his fourth career. Eerily similar to a line drive we saw here a year ago, October. So the Nationals lead 10-7.
I mean, knowing Jason like I do for the last 3 years, he's walking up and down that dugout saying, really? You want somebody to get to me?
LaRoche grounds out for the second out. Zimmerman straight ahead.
Well, I was wrong. That wasn't the last fastball that Jason Worth saw. He got one center cut right down the middle. He was looking for it. Extension. And this barely got out of here, I think, but Jason Worth pointing to Tony Tarasco at first base and lit this ballpark up in a big way and lit his team up in a big way.
I gotta think that with the bases loaded, Carlos Marmol can really get reluctant to throw the slider. How else do you explain 2 fastballs to Jason Worth? 4-run inning on 2 hits, one of them a bunt. Worth, the ultimate swing for a ball player. This one off the bat. See you later.
What a game. Ball right now, might as well stand for Worth after that grand slam. 10-7 Nets heading to the top of the 9th inning. Let's check out the tater one more time. Grand salami off the bat of Jason Worth. You saw the bat flip. He knew he got it. I'll tell you what, he just missed a home run his first time up. Hit a ball pretty far to center field his last time up. And this one he said, I'm not messing with center field anymore. I'm going to turn on something. He got a fastball. Knew what to do with it. A little curtain call for Jason Worth. Hit speed 95 miles an hour. Pitch came in at 94, left at 95, and Nats find themselves with a 3-run lead.
Business to take care of here in the top of the 9th for Soriano. One for one in saves. It took a while the other day.
He's been throwing the cutter almost every pitch, going to the slider with 2 strikes. There's a cut fastball right there.
First man up, Jared Saltalamacchia. Career against Soriano, pretty good success in the American League. 3 for 8 with a home run.
I'm looking in the bullpen, and Aaron Barrett, I think. Is that Aaron Barrett? No, it's Taylor Jordan. Huh.
Yeah, maybe getting a little work. Now, he is not scheduled to pitch, I believe, until Saturday in Atlanta. Well, maybe a little message being sent here. Either that and that's a broken bat, 1 ball, 2 strikes, or some unusual timing for a little side session. Not many of those happen at 10:51 on a weeknight.
No. Wow. I mean, that's news. Matt Williams not messing around.
(10-7) Nationals. Even though they've been out hit 12-11. And a 1-2 pitch. Pretty good breaking ball down in the dirt. Just took a little bit off. And had Saltalamacchia out ahead and over the top. Yeah, we've got another one for you. A little late matinee tomorrow. Tom Kohler won his first start against San Diego. 2 runs in 6 innings. Steven Strasburg looking for his first win of the year, trying to bring down that 6 ERA. He is 6-3 career against the Fish. 3:30, Johnny and Ray with Nats Extra. FP and I from the booth at 4. First pitch, 4:05. Play some hooky. Either catch it on Masson or come and join us at the ballpark. 21,190 tonight on a chilly evening have been well rewarded. They have stuck with us through a long evening of baseball here. Marcell Ozuna 0 for 3 with a walk. 0 for 1 career against Soriano, who's using his breaking stuff right here.
Yeah, good slider to Saltalamacchia for strike 3. We said he'd get ahead with the cutter, go to the slider with 2 strikes. That's exactly what he did.
Throws another one, leaves it upstairs, 1-2. Nationals have not come from 5 runs down since last August in Kansas City. That's a hanging breaking ball. Harper gets a piece of it, and down to second base goes Marcell Ozuna. Man, that thing had another gear on it.
Almost stayed up long enough for Harper to make the play. But a good swing by Ozuna right there. That was a low missile to left field. See the slider just up in the zone, and Ozuna catching it out front. Low line drive to Harper. And up by 3 runs, you could take this gamble. 1-run lead, you got to play that on a hop, but a 3-run lead afforded Bryce Harper the opportunity to try to make a great play.
That run means nothing. Soriano to Echeverria here. Adeiny Echeverria 0 for 3 career against the Nats closer. Solano on deck here at the bottom of the order. And 90 upstairs, a little bit late. Cutter away. 91 elevated, 2 outs. That'll leave it up to Donovan Solano, who has faced Soriano 3 times, actually twice, once for 2. Just don't want this thing to get up to the top of the order, or Yelich is waiting after the night he's had. Donovan struck out first at bat in the 7th. Came in on a double switch.
Well, last thing you want to do is bring a tie run to the plate in the form of anyone. So imperative right now that Soriano gets back in the strike zone right now.
Everything's been up here. And Donovan Solano taking all the way. And another strike.
We're just subtle cut on that 91. Just enough. Past their bedtime, doesn't matter. They saw a great game.
And he held on to that one too long, overthrew it a bit.
I got to cut her up. Might have chased ball 4. Tough pitch to take, probably right at the top of the zone. And we'll do it again.
Base hit. Harper can forget about the runner going home and throw it into second. Now they're going to hold the runner. I am shocked Ozuna didn't score on that with 2 outs in any inning. First and third, still 10-7.
First and third, and once again, drama. And he's going to have to get a guy out who's been on base 5 times tonight. 3 for 3, a double, 2 walks, a couple of base hits.
Christian Yelich is 0 for 2 career against Soriano, and he'd better get the ball down here at some point. He gets the high strike call.
And even though that pitch missed, you're flirting with disaster on belt high pitches late in the ballgame.
7 for the Marlins, 10 for the Nats. And the count's even 2-2. 6th Washington pitcher of the night. The Nats are trying to win a game tonight when Jordan Zimmerman didn't make it out of the 2nd inning. The bullpen, for the most part, solid. Single runs given up by Storen and Clippard. And it's been an amazing comeback by the offense tonight. Slider misses.
Boy, Yelich just seeing it big. He didn't even flinch at that pitch, and it looked like a strike for a long ways.
Soriano, 25th pitch coming. He threw 22 in the 9th inning against the Braves on Sunday with a couple of hits. And Yelich continues to hang tough.
I'll tell you what, it's only been 2 save opportunities for Soriano so far this year, but if Matt Williams had hair, it'd be gray.
Ground ball, it's at somebody. His name is Rendon, and the game is over. Biggest comeback by the Nats since trailing 6-0 in Kansas City last August. They won that game 11-10. Tonight, 10-7.
And Jason Worth, the hero with the big fly, grand slam version. I'll tell you what, Nats fans, you found out a lot about your ball club tonight. And the resiliency they have, and the comeback they have, and the heart they have to come back and win this game. A lot of teams would have shut it down.
Marlins led 5-0 in the 2nd inning. They strand 12, and your Nats are 6-2.